Chapter 1991. Book C Pavilion. Chapter 2003 Frenzy Fist. Fourth form. He had painstakingly planned to activate 3 forms in a row, but it had actually been resolved by the Earth Rank Man's retreat. He had clenched his teeth and persevered even though he was injured. But in the end, it was all for naught. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was so angry that his eyes seemed to be emitting flames. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi actually continued to activate the Frenzy Fist's 4th form. This was a form that Lin Yi had activated many times without success, but for some reason, Lin Yi actually clenched his teeth and activated it once again under these circumstances in the past. When he wanted to activate the 4th form after the 3rd form had ended, Lin Yi would have a feeling that his strength was not as strong as his will, and thus forcefully disperse the condensed chi and aura, ultimately ending in failure. But this time, Lin Yi's expression was incomparably solemn, and once again activated the 4th form. Facing the Earth Rank Man in front of him, he took a step forward. Afterwards, the chi within Lin Yi's body frantically surged towards his right fist, and at this moment, the heaven and earth spiritual chi around Lin Yi's body also seemed to be mobilized and circled around Lin Yi's head and body. Lin Yi's hands quickly formed seals, forming a very strange posture. Under the astonished expression of the Earth Rank Man in black, he punched out. Frenzy Fist 4th form. When the inconceivably powerful heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings had been attracted by Lin Yi's Frenzy Fist's first 3 forms and condensed, Lin Yi finally took that final step, the 4th form. All of this seemed to be done in one go, without any obstructions. In the past, when practicing the Frenzy Fist's first 3 forms, when he wanted to activate the 4th form, it would always be for naught at the last moment. This wasn't because Lin Yi didn't work hard or anything. It was because his cultivation wasn't enough. Although he could get infinitely close to the minimum requirement of being able to perform the 4th form by relying on the overlay of his aura after practicing the 1st form, infinitely close didn't mean that he completely met the requirement, so he still couldn't do it. But it was different this time. When he used the 3rd move, Frenzy Fist, the challenge of his limits became his greatest help. His body seemed to have turned into a ball of flame at this moment. He pushed all his momentum to the limit and successfully activated the 4th move, Frenzy Fist. At this moment, the eyes of the Earth Rank Man in black surged with a strong sense of fear. The moment when Lin Yi's fist was about to land on his body, he once again urged the 4th form of the Icy Snow Thorn to meet Lin Yi. At this moment, he wanted to dodge again, but he was already at the bottom of the wall, and there was nowhere to hide or hide. Left with no other choice, he could only take the attack head-on, but in the next moment his eyes flashed with deep shock. The 5th style? How is this possible? But the man in black, Book C Pavilion. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a huge force. However, the distance he flew was very limited, and he was directly hit by Lin Yi onto the cement wall behind him. His body smashed onto the cement wall, causing it to collapse with a loud bang. A super large hole had already appeared on his left hand and left chest. This was caused by Lin Yi's 4th style of Wildfire Fist. Those intermittent words from before were the last words of the black-clothed man of Earth rank in this world. He died with everlasting regret. Even in death, he did not know how he had died. Why did Lin Yi suddenly execute the 5th form? What was the reason behind this? And Lin Yi was just an early Earth class, but all of this was meaningless because he was already dead. The death of the black-clothed man did not bring much joy to Lin Yi. On the contrary, Lin Yi's expression was incomparably solemn. Lin Yi's body was surrounded by more and more spiritual energy because Lin Yi could already feel that he was about to break through. The moment he executed the 4th style of Wildfire Fist, Lin Yi felt that he was about to break through. However, he resisted the urge to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and did not enter the space within the jade pendant. He carefully controlled the rhythm of his body and executed the 4th style of Wildfire Fist. Under the pressure of the 4th style of Wildfire Fist, the black-clothed man's 4th style, Icy Snow Spike, was broken without any resistance. This kind of victory was completely a fluke and a narrow victory. If it wasn't for the fact that the black-clothed man did not dare to meet Lin Yi's third style head-on at the last moment, and did not let Lin Yi's third style explode and fully release it, he would not have been able to execute the fourth style so smoothly. But if the black-clothed man knew that it was because of his escape that Lin Yi executed the fourth style and broke through in strength, he would definitely be depressed to the point of dying again. There were many reasons why he was able to execute the fifth style of Wildfire Fist, but the most important reason was that in this kind of dangerous situation, Lin Yi's potential was stimulated, and it was also because Lin Yi was about to break through at the same time that he successfully executed the fourth style. None of these conditions could be omitted. After killing the black-clothed man, Lin Yi didn't even check if the man was dead or alive. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground, activated the second stage of the art of Dragon Mastery, and entered the Jade Space. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth above Lin Yi's head was getting denser and denser. Of course, this kind of phenomenon could only be felt by people, and Su Shihan and Cheng Yi only felt that there seemed to be some kind of strange airflow nearby, but they didn't feel anything strange. Is he about to break through? Feng Sanwang didn't think that Lin Yi would be able to kill an Earth-class mid-stage master with the power of an Earth-class early stage. And not only that, but from the looks of it, he had broken through the limit of his body's potential and was about to level up. Thinking up to here, Feng Sanwang quickly said to Su Shihan and Cheng Yi, "Don't move, stand behind me. Brother Lin is about to break through. I want to do it for him." Okay. Although Su Shihan didn't understand what Feng Sanwang was talking about, she could clearly see the current situation. Lin Yi's enemy was defeated. There was a big hole in his body, and he couldn't be more dead. It was obvious that Lin Yi was no longer in danger, and this made Su Shihan sigh in relief. At the same time, she admired Lin Yi even more and even worshipped him. From the words of the black-clothed man, it could be seen that between the two of them, Lin Yi was at a disadvantage. But even at a disadvantage, Lin Yi was still able to climb back up again and finally turn defeat into victory, creating a miracle. Cheng Yi's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with terror as she looked at Lin Yi and the dead man at the corner of the wall. Speechless, Book Ocean Pavilion. Chapter 1992. Book C Pavilion. Chapter 2004 Earth Class Early Phase Peak. After Lin Yi entered the space of the Jade, he began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth in a frenzy. His body was like a big sponge, the endless energy pouring into his body. Compared to the slow absorption before, this was a completely different speed. As for Lin Yi, this was also the first time he used the second stage of the art of Dragon Mastery to break through. He felt that his absorption speed was much faster than the first stage. In the same amount of time, he could absorb more energy into his body. At this moment, the sudden influx of pure energy was a little too much for Lin Yi to bear. Lin Yi took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He didn't switch to the first stage of the art of Dragon Mastery, but continued to work on the second stage of the art. He had a feeling that the first stage wouldn't be able to break through this shackle, and the second stage was the right choice. Lin Yi closed his eyes and carefully controlled the pure energy that was pouring into his body, guiding it to flow and circle in his meridians. After the pure energy flowed into his meridians, it seemed to have a life of its own. Under the control of the second stage of the art of Dragon Mastery, it flowed back and forth in his meridians. This feeling made Lin Yi feel very comfortable. The pure energy that flowed through his meridians seemed to twist together with the original pure energy in his body, forming a unified flow. This was completely different from when he broke through to Earth Class. The first stage of the art of Dragon Mastery didn't allow him to drive the pure energy that flowed into his body. It only allowed him to absorb the pure energy into his body. But the advantage now was that the pure energy that was absorbed into his body was fusing with the original pure energy, and the original pure energy became majestic and boundless. It seemed to have more vitality than before, which made it easier for Lin Yi to break through the bottleneck of the early phase peak of Earth class. However, breaking through to Earth class was evidently more difficult. As more and more pure qi entered his body, Lin Yi felt as if his entire body was on the verge of exploding. It was a torturous feeling, and there were a few times when he wanted to give up, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, because Lin Yi understood that it was like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. If he gave up this time, then it would be a little more difficult to break through the second time. After all, this kind of limit breakthrough in battle was something that could only be found by chance. If he gave up, then who knew when he would have to wait for the next time? So, Lin Yi had to persevere no matter what. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt the meridians in his chest suddenly shook violently. His body also shook violently, and with a pu sound, he spat out another mouthful of black blood. This situation made Feng Sanwang jump, and Su Shihan and Cheng Yi, who were not far away, were also shocked. They didn't know what happened to Lin Yi, but they didn't dare to go up and disturb him. Lin, he didn't really feel much, but rather, it was because of the rapid circulation of the pure qi that forced the clotted blood out of his body, and his body's injuries were slowly recovering under the circulation of the pure qi. The second stage of the art of dragon mastery seemed to be able to heal injuries during breakthroughs, and while it was a little painful, it was indeed magical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin, he felt a lot more comfortable in his chest. The vast and boundless pure energy in his body had already begun to break through the bottleneck. It worked hard bit by bit in the meridians and gradually filled up. Lin Yi carefully absorbed and controlled the pure energy in his body, letting it flow into every meridian in his body. Wherever the pure energy flowed through, it quickly fused with the previous pure energy, and the nearby injuries were also quickly healed. Because some injuries were more serious than others, Lin, he was like walking on a tightrope. He didn't dare to be careless at all. He used the art of dragon mastery to guide the pure energy, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. At this moment, Lin Yi's body was already soaked with dirty blood and sweat, and he looked very haggard. Lin, he was like a person covered in blood. If it wasn't for his rhythmic breathing and heartbeat that could tell that Lin Yi's body was very healthy, anyone who looked from afar would think that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Yi slowly circulated the pure energy in his body. Finally, the pure energy had completed a full cycle in his body, and all his injuries were healed at this moment. However, the energy from the space in the jade pendant didn't stop flowing in, so Lin, he didn't dare to relax at all and continue to circulate the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the pure energy began to circulate a second time. Slowly from beginning to end, Lin Yi suddenly realized that the pure energy in his body had been filled to an unbelievable level. At the same time, Lin Yi felt like his entire body was exploding, and after a loud boom in his ears, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Finally, a breakthrough. At this moment, Lin Yi was already at the peak of the early phase of Earth class. Phew! Lin Yi book Ocean Pavilion, he let out a long breath, feeling full of strength from head to toe. There was a feeling of relaxation that he had never felt before, and it was very comfortable. As Lin Yi let out that breath, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yi had regained his previous vigor. The moment Lin Yi broke through, Feng Sanwang also let out a long sigh of relief. He was also a practitioner, and even though he wasn't as high as Lin Yi, he was still very clear about the situation when breaking through. So when he saw Lin Yi open his eyes, he immediately cupped his hands in excitement. Congratulations, Brother Lin. You've taken another step forward on the road of cultivation, reaching the peak of the early phase of Earth class. Hey, you've worked hard. Lin Yi nodded to Feng Sanwang. Although Lin Yi was in the space of the jade pendant, he knew that Feng Sanwang had been helping him outside. Therefore, Lin Yi was very grateful to Feng Sanwang. Brother Lin, what do you mean by that? You're risking your life for us, and I'm just doing my bit. How would that hard work? Feng Sanwang immediately shook his head and said, If it wasn't for you, Miss Sue, Miss Chung, and I probably wouldn't have been able to escape from this man in black today. In Feng Sanwang's opinion, Lin Yi could have just walked away, but Lin Yi hadn't done so. He'd even risked his life to make the black-clothed man stay by a narrow margin. This kindness had undoubtedly moved him greatly. Han, someone I invited. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if something were to happen to her. I can't just sit back and do nothing unless I'm dead. Lin Yi was a man of persistence towards his friends and family. Book C Pavilion. Chapter 1993. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't die. If Lin Yi really had no other way, he would think of a way to escape with Su Shirhan and the others. Book C Pavilion Net. Lin Yi, thank you. Su Shirhan looked at Lin Yi and said sincerely, I don't know how to thank you, but I can only say this one word, thank you. Su Shirhan said it from the bottom of her heart. A moment ago, she thought of Lin Yi as a good friend, but now, he was the kind of friend that she could trust with her heart and even her life. Saving someone's life was something that couldn't be repaid. Money, kindness, nothing was more important than life. Su Shirhan believed that if Lin Yi asked her to marry him right now, she would agree without hesitation. Although the story of a hero saving a beauty was a bit cliché, since ancient times, beauties loved heroes. Su Shirhan couldn't say that she fell in love with Lin Yi in an instant, but deep in her heart, she had a very good impression of Lin Yi. So even if he asked her to marry him, she wouldn't reject it. Of course, Su Shirhan was just joking. Lin Yi already had girlfriends, and 2 of them. Even Meng Yao and Yu Shu had some kind of relationship with him. He didn't need her anymore. You're welcome. Lin Yi stood up and said to Su Shirhan casually. Ugh. Su Shirhan didn't expect Lin Yi to say it so casually. She was a bit surprised. Although I don't know how to repay you, but no matter what you say, I will do my best. I won't hesitate. Feng Sanwang looked at Su Shirhan and hesitated, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Book C Pavilion Net. Making a superstar like Su Shirhan make this kind of promise. If Lin Yi was a pervert, then one could imagine what kind of request he would make. So, Feng Sanwang wanted to remind Su Shirhan, but he felt that it was unnecessary. If Lin Yi was really that kind of person, then Feng Sanwang, had misjudged him. Haha, sure. Yao Yao and Shu are both your fans. In the future, if they miss you, you can come over any time. Lin Yi smiled and said indifferently, as if he didn't take Su Shirhan's promise seriously. Of course, no problem. It's just a small matter. We're good friends anyway. It's not a big deal. Su Shirhan naturally wouldn't treat this as a condition to repay Lin Yi. That's right. Why don't we hurry up and take a look at the face of that man in black and see who he is? Lin Yi suddenly thought of the masked man in black. Since he covered his face, he must be afraid of being recognized. Then the possibility of Su Shirhan and Feng Sanwang knowing him was higher. That's right, this is the important thing. Feng Sanwang also nodded and quickly walked towards the black-clothed man. He wanted to pull off the black-clothed man's mask, but his hand stopped halfway as he said in horror, Corpse-dissolving powder. Corpse powder? Lin Yi paused, not understanding what Feng Sanwang was talking about. He walked over, but when he saw the condition of the man's face, he frowned. As expected, it's corpse disintegration powder. Lin Yi was familiar with corpse powder from his previous job. This was a kind of powder that could quickly rot the skin and bones. Once it was sprinkled on the body, it would instantly corrode the body. Of course, this wasn't the strongest corpse powder. The stronger corpse powder, as long as a little bit was sprinkled, it could corrode the whole body. At this moment, the man in black's face was like this. It was completely corroded. Even half of the bones were corroded. Under the black mask, there was a yellow liquid that emitted a rancid smell. It was very disgusting. Su Shirhan and Chung Yi, on the other hand, were so disgusted that they wanted to puke. What's going on? When I was healing and breaking through, did someone come here? Lin Yi frowned. Although he asked this, he was almost sure that in this alley, other than the 4 of them, there shouldn't be anyone else. Otherwise, if there was an unfamiliar aura, Lin Yi would definitely be able to sense it. But Lin Yi didn't. There shouldn't be anyone else. Feng Sanwang frowned and shook his head. When you were sitting on the ground, there should be 4 of us in the alley. 4 of us? Then there shouldn't be anyone sprinkling corpse powder. If that's the case, then the man in black must have bitten the capsule in his mouth or some kind of mechanism on the mask before he died. Lin, he thought back to the time when they were on the airport highway. That Mystic Class Peak late phase master was ruthless. If he could blow up his own head, then it wasn't surprising that the man in black could destroy his own face. That should be it. Feng Sanwang nodded. Before, although Su Shihan and Cheng Yi were running around anxiously, there shouldn't be anyone else who entered the alley. Look at the other one. Lin Yi pointed at the other man in black, not far away, but Lin Yi's eyes were better. With one look, he shook his head in disappointment and said, "It should be over, no need to look." Feng Sanwang didn't give up and walked over to take another look. Sure enough, he found that the other Mystic Class man in black had also changed beyond recognition. He couldn't be identified at all. "No, these people are too cunning." Feng Sanwang said hatefully, "We don't even know who they are. Damn it. Forget it. I'll call someone to take care of the body. Then we'll go and identify the body from before." Lin Yi said, "Oh, you have connections?" Feng Sanwang heard Lin Yi's words and was immediately happy. "Yang Huaijuan from the police station is a good brother of mine," Lin Yi said. "But, as far as I know, the bodies have already been moved to the department." Feng Sanwang smiled bitterly. "We need to find someone from the department." "Huh, my father-in-law is—" Lin Yi shrugged and smiled. "Father-in-law?" Feng Sanwang paused. Xiao Xiao's father, Feng Tianlong. Su Shihan knew and explained to Feng Sanwang. Feng Tianlong. Hiss. Feng Sanwang was shocked and took a deep breath. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi and Su Shihan were confused by Feng Sanwang's expression. "Nothing. I'm just surprised that Bro Lin's father-in-law is from the department." Feng Sanwang smiled bitterly. "Oh, I'll call him now." As Lin Yi spoke, he called Feng Tianlong and told him what happened here. As expected, the corpses had been moved to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but until now, no one had claimed or admitted that these people were related to them. Chapter 1994. Feng Tianlong also said that he would immediately send people here to transport the 2 bodies away and continue to investigate the families or sects behind the scenes. Lin Yi also asked Feng Tianlong to send the photos of the men in black who weren't disfigured. When Lin Yi received the information, he showed the phone to Feng Sanwang. "I don't know them." Feng Sanwang looked carefully for a long time and finally shook his head. "I don't know these people. They are all unfamiliar faces." Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all by Sanwang's response. After all, these people didn't need to be masked to show up, so it was obvious that they weren't afraid of being recognized and investigated. They were all small characters, so this was normal. "Forget it. Let's wait for Uncle Feng and the others," Lin Yi said. Not long after, a car with a special license plate drove on the pedestrian street in a low-key manner. But even if it was low-key, it was still very abrupt for a car to appear on the pedestrian street. However, there was no other way. If they wanted to transport the body, they couldn't just come over and carry it away, right? The car stopped at the entrance of the alley. Feng Tianlong and a few men in black got off the car. Feng Tianlong was originally in Donghai City dealing with the drug dealers, so he rushed over quickly. "Book Ocean Pavilion, net." "Uncle Feng." Lin Yi went over to greet him. "Little E, I'm busy these few days. I'll eat with you another day. I'll transport these 2 bodies first. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news." Although Feng Tianlong said that he knew that he wouldn't be able to get any results from the investigation. After so long, no families or sects came out to claim these bodies. It was obvious that they didn't want to, and from the way their heads were destroyed, it could be seen that these people didn't want others to know their identity. "Okay, Uncle Feng." Lin Yi nodded. Feng Tianlong quickly ordered 2 fully armed men to carry the 2 bodies that were covered with body powder into the car and drove away. Su Shihan and Cheng Yi didn't have the mood to continue shopping. Such a big thing had happened. Both of them wanted to go back to their rooms and rest. However, Su Shihan wanted to go back to the hotel, but Lin Yi didn't agree. Instead, he invited Su Shirhan to stay at his villa for the night. After all, Lin Yi was afraid that something might happen at night. Who knew if the enemy would send more masters to cause trouble? Su Shirhan didn't want to trouble Lin Yi anymore, but Feng Sanhuang said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Brother Lin. Words cannot express my gratitude." Su Shirhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't agreed yet, but Feng Sanhuang was more anxious than her. He agreed first, so Su Shirhan couldn't refuse anymore. She nodded and said, "Okay, I miss Yao Yao and Shu too. Let's go see them." Lin Yi's body was covered in blood, so the four of them returned to the parking lot under the surprised gazes of many people. No one dared to ask anything. Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi were wearing big sunglasses, and Feng Sanhuang looked cool. So many people thought that these four were not good people. They thought that they were from the underworld, so no one dared to provoke them. Feng Sanhuang sent Lin Yi and Su Shirhan back to the villa in Shueshang district, and he drove Cheng Yi back to Shueshang Hotel. Meng Yao and Yushu opened the door and saw Su Shirhan first. They were surprised and happy. "Shirhan sis, Shu, and I missed you." Meng Yao warmly invited Su Shirhan into the room, but when her eyes fell on Lin Yi, her whole body trembled. She was shocked. "Lin Yi, what happened to you?" "It's nothing. I fought with a gangster and got some blood." Lin Yi didn't want Meng Yao and Yushu to worry, so he said it calmly, as if it was a very simple thing. "Are you really okay?" Meng Yao blinked and looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. After all, Lin Yi's situation was a bit too bad. His clothes were torn in a few places, and it was all black blood. Even Lin Yi's face and mouth were full of blood. Meng Yao couldn't help but suspect that Lin Yi had serious internal injuries, but he couldn't say it. "I'm really okay." Lin Yi nodded. "Let Detective Shu check." Yushu ran over and touched Lin Yi's body left and right, front and back. "Ahem. Shu, if you want to take advantage of Lin Yi, just say it. You don't have to use the excuse of checking his body, okay? That's the trick of weird uncles." Meng Yao was speechless at Yushu's behavior. Wow, Shield Bro's muscles seem to be stronger. After the check by Detective Shu, Shield Bro is intact. "Oh, it should be the upper body. The lower body hasn't been checked yet." Yushu looked at Lin Yi's lower body curiously. "Okay, Shu, there's no need to check. Shirhan sis is here. Can't you be more normal?" Meng Yao was speechless, but seeing that Lin Yi was really fine, she was relieved. "I'm very normal," Yushu said confusedly. Shirhan started laughing as well. Yushu had always been like this, always surprising people with her actions. "You guys play. I'm going to take a shower." With that, Lin Yi got up and walked to his room. Not only was he covered in blood, but he'd also just broken through. He was still sweaty and uncomfortable. "I'll go to bed after that. You guys rest early too. Han still needs to help me with rehearsals tomorrow." "Okay." Shirhan smiled at Lin Yi and nodded. Her eyes were full of gentleness and worship. Yushu looked at Lin Yi's back and then looked at Shirhan. Her face was a little strange. "Wait, it seems like there's something going on. Shirhan sis, there's something wrong between you and Shield Bro." What's wrong?" Shirhan was recalling how Lin Yi stood up again and again. When Yushu suddenly asked her, her face turned red and she stuttered. Meng Yao wanted to tell Shu not to talk nonsense. Shirhan was a superstar. How could there be something going on with Lin Yi? But seeing Shirhan's stuttering expression, she was a little confused. Did something really happen between these two? So she didn't continue to say the words that were at the tip of her mouth. Instead, she looked at Shirhan suspiciously. "Oh, there's something going on. Shirhan sis, what did you and Shield Bro do just now? Don't tell me you've already pushed Shield Bro down?" Yushu looked at Su Shirhan, her eyes gleaming. How is that possible?" Shirhan said subconsciously. "Then what's wrong with you guys? Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Yushu continued to ask. Chapter 1995. All right, I'll tell you guys, but don't tell Lin Yi that I told you guys. He doesn't seem to want you guys to know," Shirhan said helplessly. In order to clarify her relationship with Lin Yi, she had no choice but to tell Meng Yao and Yushu. "He doesn't want us to know?" Meng Yao frowned, She didn't know why she wasn't happy. Was it because Lin, Yi, and Shirhan were hiding something from her? Even if Shirhan was a celebrity she liked, Lin, Yi was involved. Meng Yao couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. It's like this. Shirhan sat on the sofa and lowered her voice as she recounted everything that had happened. Shirhan was a superstar, after all, and her eloquence was top-notch. Even if she wasn't as vivid as Yushu, she was still able to tell the whole story without leaving out any details. When she got to the part where Linny fell and got up, Shirhan couldn't hold back her tears. I'm so touched. I didn't think that Linny would risk his life to protect me. We're just normal friends. Meng Yao and Yushu were silent as well, shaken to the core. Fortunately, Lin, he had returned victorious, and not only had his wounds healed, but he'd also used the opportunity to break through. It was a good thing to be happy about. The two also knew that Lin, he had the ability to heal himself, and they also knew that Lin, he was a protective person. Whether it was Shirhan, Guan Xian, Tang Yun, or even the Miss and Shu, Lin, he would always step forward and risk his life to save them. Book Ocean Pavilion net. So Meng Yao and Yushu understood. Lin Yi's just like that. He's very, very good to his friends. Meng Yao sighed. But at least it's over. Yeah, Lin Yi's a good man, you too. You have to cherish him. Shirhan sighed as well. We. Chu Meng Yao blushed and was at a loss for words. Lin, he has a girlfriend. Sister Shirhan, you know that. Of course I know, but I can also see what you two are thinking. If it weren't for the two of you lining up here, maybe I would join in the fun too. Su Shirhan's words were said half-jokingly, so Meng Yao and Yushu didn't take it seriously. Both of them focused on the first half of Su Shirhan's sentence. Oh, Sister Shirhan is so amazing. She can see that I like Shield Bro at once. Yushu said, but Sister Yao Yao is so reserved, but she can also see it. It's really not simple. Little Shu, are you still asleep? What the hell are you talking about? Meng Yao glared at her. Book C Pavilion net. I say. Shirhan sis, do you like Shield Bro too? Yushu was afraid that Meng Yao would beat her up, so she quickly changed the topic. Su Shirhan was a little suspicious, and after hearing Yushu's words, she blushed and said incoherently, How could I? I just think that Lin Yi is very powerful, and I admire him a little. Yushu and Meng Yao didn't expect Su Shirhan to admit it. Anyone could tell that Yushu was joking and changing the topic, but Su Shirhan took it seriously. She even said that she admired Lin Yi. What did this mean? A man who could make a superstar admire him was really not simple. Could it be that Su Shirhan really liked him because he saved the damsel in distress? You've misunderstood. I just think that he's very powerful, but I'm not in love with him. Su Shirhan saw the two's expression and quickly explained, and I'm a superstar. How can I fall in love with someone so easily? That's true. Meng Yao heard Su Shirhan's words and nodded. Lin, he was so powerful. It was possible that she simply admired him. After all, she admired Lin Yi's skills and perseverance. She just didn't say it out loud. After all, Su Shirhan was someone who had seen the world. After a short moment of panic, she easily changed the topic and the three of them started talking about other things. Su Shirhan had participated in large-scale press conferences, and she could easily deal with all those tricky questions from the media. Not to mention Meng Yao and Yushu. Lin, he went back to his room, took a shower, and sat on the bed cross-legged to continue practicing. He needed to stabilize his strength and level. Meng Yao, Yushu, and Su Shirhan, on the other hand, were tired after talking for a while. They went upstairs to shower and get ready to rest. The Miss and Shu showered together. Although Su Shirhan was very familiar with them, she didn't want to bathe with them. She could only bathe alone after they were done. Meng Yao was wiping herself with a towel after showering when she suddenly asked, Right, Shu? Didn't we ask Lin Yi to get the underwear? Why didn't he get it to us? Did he keep it for himself? Oh, no way. Shield Bro isn't that perverted, is he? Yushu blinked. If Shield Bro likes it, I can actually give it to him for free. Ahem. Maybe it's because Han Jingjing was there yesterday, and she came back with us, so he didn't take it out. He came back with Su Shirhan today, so he didn't have a chance to take it out. We'll ask him tomorrow. Meng Yao guessed. That's possible, Yushu said. Inside the private room of the restaurant in Shueshang Hotel. Today, a small leader of the East Sea side of the Firewolf Gang invited the person in charge of the East Sea side of the Firewolf Gang to a banquet. The leader was, naturally, Li Biaohan from Donghai Industry University, and a new person in charge of the Firewolves was Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen would take over all the businesses and affairs of the Firewolves in Donghai City, continuing to think of ways to earn more money. Li Biaohan brought two friends with him today. One was Niadeo from the Hidden House Shuang, and the other was Tiger Right from the Hidden House Yu. These two were people of high status, and Li Biaohan had them accompany him. It was enough to show how much importance he placed on Zhang Wen. Li Biaohan, on the other hand, had heard of Zhang Wen's exploits. It was said that Zhang Wen was someone who could think of ways to earn money, and was highly regarded by the leader of the Firewolves. If Li Biaohan could serve Zhang Wen well, then his position in the Firewolves would definitely skyrocket. Welcome, Wen bro. Li Biaohan quickly stood up and greeted Zhang Wen passionately. Niadeo and Tiger right beside him stood up as well. They knew how powerful the Firewolves were. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1996. They'd heard about Zhang Wen from Li Biaohan, the person in charge of the Firewolves in the province. The Firewolves valued him a lot, and they naturally wanted to be on good terms with him. Book Ocean Pavilion Net. Of course, they had heard that Zhang Wen used to be a member of House and one of the 5 small noble houses. However, House An's identity paled in comparison to House An's identity. It wasn't even worth mentioning. You're Li Biaohan, right? Not bad. You do look tough. Zhang Wen looked at Li Biaohan, quite satisfied with his respect and friendliness. It seemed that this guy had a good eye for things and was worth his time to train. Thanks for the compliment, Wen bro. Li Biaohan pointed at the two beside him. Let me introduce you, Wen bro. This is the young master of House Shuang, Zhuang Niadeo, the future heir of House Shuang. This is the second young master of House Yu, and he's well-versed in the art of pelletization. He'll definitely be one of the elders of House Yu in the future. Zhang Wen was a little taken aback after hearing their statuses. These two were from hidden houses. If it weren't for the fact that the Firewolves valued him so much that his status skyrocketed, he wouldn't have been able to interact with the young masters of the hidden houses with his status as one of the 5 small noble houses, even if he was just an external contact for the Firewolves. Book Ocean Pavilion Net. But now, Zhang Wen wasn't the same as before. He didn't feel flattered at all. So, it's Master Zhuang and Master Yu. It's an honor to meet you. This is my follower, Big Scorpion. We're family now. Let's get to know each other better. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. Sure. I heard that Wen bro is good at making money. Master Yu and I were thinking that if Master Wen has any good ideas for making money, we'd be extremely grateful if you could bring us along. Zhuang Niadeo was the future heir of House Shuang, and his goal in coming to school was to learn how to manage a house. It'd be best if he could find some business for the house. As for Right Coiling Tiger, it was purely for fun. He knew alchemy. Although he could only refine some low-level pills, he could still sell them for a lot of money. He was never short of pocket money. My business, is illegal. I wonder if the two of you are still interested? Zhang Wen's mind spun. It wouldn't be a bad idea to rope in these 2 young masters of the hidden houses if he had some business dealings. Borrowing their power would make things much easier. We are all cultivators. What's there to be afraid of? Zhuang Niadeo waved his hand and confidently said, Don't worry, when has business, just help us. If that's the case, sure. Zhang Wen nodded. Book C Pavilion Net. Li Biaohan said, All right, let's sit down and talk. Brother Wen, please take a seat. You can take the seat of honor. Then I won't refuse. Zhang Wen laughed and sat on the seat of honor. After Zhang Wen sat down, the dishes were served like flowing water. They started chatting, but since Li Biaohan had Zhuang Niadeo and Right Coiling Tiger with him, Zhang Wen didn't talk too much about the Firewolves. After all, there were some things he couldn't let them know. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Biaohan received a phone call. He looked at the caller ID and made an embarrassed gesture to Zhang Wen. Our Firewolves, With that, he picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Li Biaohan. Biaohan, bro. Lotzi and I were at the antique market yesterday, and we ran into two people that looked like Noble House disciples. They should be practitioners, but we don't know which house they're from. I've asked around with Lotzi, but we didn't get any information. That's why I'm calling you. It was one of Li Biaohan's lackeys, AOZ. He was one of the two gangsters that stopped Lin Yi and Lu Jinghan at the antique market. Oh, did you offend them? As soon as Li Biaohan heard this, he knew that AOZ and La Zi had offended the two cultivators who were suspected to be from aristocratic families. After their investigation was fruitless, they came to him for help. It's not really offended, it's like this. And so, AOZ explained the situation to Li Biaohan in detail. I see. If that's the case, send me the pictures of the two of them. But according to what you said, I don't think they'll bother you anymore. You don't have to be afraid. Li Biaohan comforted them. The antique market was under the protection of Li Biaohan's men, and it was also one of Li Biaohan's usual income. Since it was the stall owner's request, AOZ and Lotzi couldn't say that they did anything wrong. It was just that they didn't find out where the two people came from, and they were afraid, so they called him for help. Okay, Biaohan bro, I'll send it to you now, AOZ said quickly. After hanging up, Li Biaohan explained to Jiang Wen, our Fire Wolf gang is protecting an antique market, and two of our lackeys offended two people who seem to be from noble houses. They should be practitioners. They didn't find out where they came from, and they're afraid that they'll take revenge, so they called me for help. With that, Li Biaohan told Jiang Wen about what happened. Your two lackeys are quite careful, but it's settled, and the stall owner even gave them 2 cauldrons. It should be fine now, Jiang Wen said. Cauldrons? You coiling tiger paused. There were many alchemists, and these two were practitioners. They went to buy cauldrons. Were they alchemists too? But which alchemists didn't have their own cauldrons? Why would they go to a stall to buy a fake one? Shaking his head, you coiling tiger said, it's probably 2 noble houses who want to study alchemy for fun. Even the lowest level alchemist wouldn't go to a place like that to buy a cauldron. Haha, yeah, I forgot that little bro you is an expert in this field. Li Biaohan laughed and nodded. As he spoke, his phone rang twice. Evidently, he received a text message. Li Biaohan opened the message, and with one look, he knew who one of the people was. Damn, isn't this Lin Yi? Li Biaohan pointed at the phone screen. Lin Yi. Zaniato didn't think much of it, but you coiling tiger heard this name and immediately went over. He looked at Li Biaohan's phone screen and immediately recognized the 2 people. These 2 are our classmates. One is Lin Yi, and the other is Han Jingjing. They seem to be quite close. Chapter 1997. Mysterious Phone Call, Part 1. As he spoke, Jiang Wen walked over and glanced at Li Biaohan's phone. His face changed and hatred flashed across his face. Lin Yi, what? You know this Lin Yi broin? Li Biaohan paused. This kid's always going against me, even stealing my woman. Jiang Wen humphed coldly, not hiding anything, but this kid's a bit weird. You guys shouldn't mess with him before you have absolute confidence. I don't have any confidence either. That's true. Right Coiling Tiger nodded and said, this young master can't wait to kill him, but this guy can actually kill 3 Earth Stage in 1 move. I don't dare to fight him head on. I heard that he's a refiner too. Huh, that's not right. Why would he buy such a trashy cauldron if he's a refiner? Right Coiling Tiger didn't understand why Lin Yi and Han Jingjing would go to the antique market. Even the lowest level refiner wouldn't go there to buy cauldrons, would they? Usually, those who went there were beginners and newbies who didn't know alchemy before. They bought them for research, but who would use trash cauldrons like that? Right Coiling Tiger was suspicious. What was this Linny doing? Buying trash like that? Who knows? That Lin, he has too many weird things going on. Jiang Wen frowned. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Today's a happy day. It'll ruin the mood. Yes, since these 2 are Lin Yi and Right Coiling Tiger's classmates, they probably won't take revenge on our lackeys. They don't have time for that. Li Biaohan nodded and texted his lackeys back, telling them that everything was fine. Then, he started eating and drinking with Jiang Wen and the others. Ancient house phone. Feng Tianhu's face was dark to the point of being scary. The woman sitting in front of him, on the other hand, had a gloating expression on her face. Feng Tianhu had already received the news that Feng Erbing's team had been annihilated. He never would have thought that an Earth-class early-phase master would be able to kill a middle-phase master, and then level up after killing a middle-phase master. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that his Earth rank was Earth rank, and others' Earth rank was not? Or was it that his Earth stage was more powerful than others, already equivalent to a heaven rank? Feng Tianhu couldn't figure it out. I say, Tianhu, is your information wrong? You sent my mystic late-phase peak master to die, and your own Earth-class mid-phase master died as well. Why does that little bastard have so many masters by his side? The lady said sarcastically. She wasn't as angry about Sanlei's death anymore. Sister-in-law, this person wasn't sent by second brother. He's Su Shirhan's friend. Feng Tianhu's heart was bleeding. He spent so much effort to train his trusted aides, an Earth-class mid-phase Master Feng Erbing and a Mystic-class late-phase Peak Master Feng Senku. But they died just like that. Wasn't it too unworthy? As expected, impulsiveness was the devil. Originally, he only wanted to borrow his sister-in-law's hand to kill Su Shirhan and disgust Feng Tianlin a little. He wanted him to know the pain of losing his own flesh and blood, but he didn't think that his sister-in-law's subordinate, Feng Sanlei, would be defeated. Feng Tianhu panicked and sent his Earth-class mid-phase Master Feng Erbing. He thought that it would be easy for an Earth-class mid-phase master to go to the common world and kill someone. But now, he didn't kill the person and nothing happened to the other party, but his own people were all dead. This feeling made him want to puke blood. Feng Tianhu was depressed to death. There was no place for him to reason with. He didn't dare to tell the people within the Feng family, and he didn't dare to spread the news. If his father knew that he was dealing with his second brother's daughter, then he wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, Feng Tianhu had no choice but to suffer in silence. I didn't expect that little girl to be so good at seducing people. She's as flirtatious as her mother. She actually got an even more powerful master. The lady said hatefully, "Yeah, second sister-in-law, let's not talk about this for now. If this gets out, not only will we lose face, we won't be able to explain it to our father." Feng Tianhu reminded. He was afraid that his brainless sister-in-law would spill the news. That would be big trouble. "Don't worry, I don't want to fight with your second brother." The lady said, "We'll let that little bastard be arrogant for a while. When your second brother becomes the head of the family, I'll be the wife of the head of the family. At that time, it'll be easy to mobilize a few people to deal with that little bastard, huh?" Feng Tianhu froze. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so brainless. Couldn't she see that his intentions were known to everyone? Didn't she know that he wanted to fight for the head of the family? What's wrong? The lady froze when she saw Feng Tianhu's weird expression. "It's nothing, second sister-in-law. Go back and rest. I'll go see how Nitian is doing." Feng Tianhu didn't want to talk to his sister-in-law anymore. He turned around and walked to Nitian's room. In the room opposite Chung Yi's in East Ocean Industry University's Xueshang Hotel, Zhang Duopan was drinking with Fan Ganhe. Chung Yi was supposed to go shopping tonight, but she brought Lin Yi instead of him. Zhang Duopan felt that Lin Yi was his nemesis. His phone rang. Zhang Duopan took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. He froze. It was a hidden number. He couldn't see the caller ID, so he didn't know who it was. Usually, Zhang Duopan would just hang up when he got calls like this. Most of them were scams like winning a prize, and he didn't want to waste time with them. But after drinking, he was still pissed. He wanted to find someone to mess with. Since there was a scammer at his doorstep, he wouldn't hold back. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Zhang Duopan picked up the phone. "Zhang Duopan, right?" The voice of a duck came from the other side. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It was as if the voice was changed through a voice changer. It made people feel uncomfortable. "Who are you?" Zhang Duopan frowned. He didn't expect the person to know his name. "Don't care who I am. I'm here to give you good news." "Don't worry about who I am." Fastest text update, Book Ocean Pavilion. No ads, the voice said. "Good news? Who are you? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Zhang Duopan was confused. The person seemed to be a scammer. Heh, if you don't want to get first place in the freshman party, then hang up. Pretend I didn't say anything. The person laughed coldly. Chapter 1998. Wait. Zhang Duopan was even more suspicious. Who was this person? They actually knew that he wanted to get first place in the freshman party? However, thinking about it carefully, this matter shouldn't be a secret. Bai Weidahua had already posted on the campus forum. If it was a student of Donghai Industry University, they would naturally know about it. Therefore, after Zhang Duopan figured it out, he subconsciously thought that it was a student from Donghai Industry University who got his phone number and wanted to scam some money from him. However, he was too interested in what the other party had to say, so he didn't hang up the phone. Hee, classmate Zhang, why did you change your mind? Do you want to hear me out? The man with the croaky voice laughed and asked, You have a way for me to get first place? How much money do you want? Zhang Duopan asked. If I wanted money, I would have called you directly. Why would I call you anonymously? The man with the croaky voice smiled faintly. I don't want money. I just think you should get first place. I don't want money? Then why are you helping me? Are you that kind? Zhang Duopan secretly asked in his heart. To tell you the truth, I also hate that Lin Yi. I don't want Lin Yi's class to get the award. Do you understand now? The man with the croaky voice didn't expect Zhang Duopan to not believe his words and said helplessly, Oh, so you are also Lin Yi's enemy. That's good. Zhang Duopan listened to the man's words and let out a sigh of relief. Then, tell me your plan. It's simple. If Su Shirhan messes up during her performance, even if she's a superstar, the school's student council won't give them first place. Even if they give them second or third place as a consolation, it's already good enough, but first place is definitely out of the question. That is obviously biased. Even if the students don't agree, the school leaders won't agree. The man with the croaky voice said in one breath. What? You mean you want me to go cause trouble? Zhang Duopan roughly understood what the other party was trying to say. But if I go to cause trouble and get discovered by the school, wouldn't they be setting me up? When we find out the reason, even if they messed up, our class's program will also be finished, right? Don't worry. The man with the croaky voice said, I have my own plan, otherwise I wouldn't be calling you. My plan will allow you to destroy Su Shirhan's performance without any responsibility, and the school won't find any trouble for you. Really? Zhang Duopan quickly asked. Then tell me, what should I do? Very simple. In the middle of Su Shirhan's performance, you need someone, preferably a girl, wearing a black windbreaker with messy hair. Splash some red paint or ink on the windbreaker to pretend to be blood, and then slowly walk past Su Shirhan. The man with the croaky voice said, what kind of move was this? Could it be that Su Shirhan was afraid? Zhang Duopan was dazed. He didn't think there was anything special about the man's idea. Forget it if you don't believe me. Pretend I didn't say anything. The man with the croaky voice wasn't happy that Zhang Duopan was still suspicious. It's not that I don't believe you, but you have to tell me why? Zhang Duopan smiled bitterly. There's no why. I can't tell you the reason. The man with the croaky voice said, You just need to know that this will affect Su Shirhan. Okay, what if the school asks? Zhang Duopan was still worried. Are you stupid? If they ask, can't you tell the girl to say that it's a costume? The man with the croaky voice said impatiently. That's right. Zhang Duopan nodded. This was a good idea. This way, even if it didn't work, he wouldn't have to take any responsibility. He could explain that it was a costume, and even if it didn't work, he wouldn't lose anything. Having a chance was better than having no chance at all. Thinking up to here, Zhang Duopan said, Okay, thank you, I will do it. If that's the case, then I won't say anymore. The man with the croaky voice said, Then, if it's done, how do I repay you? Zhang Duopan asked. No need. The man with the croaky voice said and hung up the phone. That's strange. Could it be that he's Lin Yi's enemy? Zhang Duopan looked at the phone and shook his head strangely. He really didn't know why the man did this. It was completely one-sided to help him. What's wrong, Zhang bro? Fan Ganha quickly asked. It's like this. Just now a man with a croaky voice called me and said that he can help us get first place in the freshman party, beats Su Shirhan, Zhang Duopan said, and repeated the man's words to Fan Ganha. This is a good thing, Zhang bro. Fan Ganha listened and said, it doesn't matter if it's useful or not. We won't lose anything by trying. I think so too. Then we have to hurry up. It's almost the freshman party. There's still a day tomorrow, so we have to get it done at night. Zhang Duopan said, Ganha, I'll leave this to you. Can you handle it? Don't worry, Zhang bro, I have a sister in another school. I'll ask her to come tomorrow night. No one knows her yet. No one will know. Fan Ganha nodded. Good, if what that man with the croaky voice said is true, then this is our chance. Zhang Duopan nodded. After a day of rehearsal, the medical major was quite familiar with it. They were full of confidence and prepared to participate in the freshman party. Does anyone have the confidence to get first place? After the last rehearsal, Su Shirhan waved her fist at everyone and asked, Yes. The answer was loud. With Su Shirhan participating, if they didn't get first place, then they might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Although you coiling tiger, yellow hair, and purple hair weren't interested in performing on stage, this was more or less Boss Bai's honor. Boss Bai would be happy if they got first place, so you coiling tiger didn't dare to cause trouble. At night, the entrance of the school hall was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was crowded with people. There were stalls set up by the student union everywhere. There were light sticks, drinks, snacks, and so on. Obviously, the student union was planning to earn some money from this event. Although the evening party was called the freshman party, sophomores, juniors, seniors, and even graduate students came to participate. Especially those student couples who arrived early in the auditorium, bought glow sticks and snacks, and took a good seat, ready to spend a romantic night. Chapter 1999. The Freshman Gala was like an art festival or sports day in a university. It was one of the most important activities in the university, and it was also the time for freshmen to show off their talents. Many handsome men and beautiful women among the freshmen hoped to find the other half of their lives through the stage of the freshman party. This was a precedent in previous years. Many men and women who liked each other would become friends after the freshman party. Therefore, everyone's enthusiasm for the freshman party was very high. Who said that university students didn't want to participate in group activities? That was because there was a lack of handsome guys and pretty girls. With this, why wouldn't they fight to see them? Of course, the pretty girls this year were Su Shirhan and Chung Yi, the two big stars. With the support of celebrities, there would naturally be a lot of people attending. So this year's freshman gala was unprecedentedly popular. The glow sticks, drinks, and snacks that the student council had brought in were starting to run out. There was still 1 or 2 hours before the performance started, but everything was already sold out. Obviously, it was because of Su Shirhan and Chung Yi's celebrity effect. This year's performance had 2 celebrities supporting them, so the audience suddenly increased. But luckily, the school's auditorium was big enough. Even if all the teachers and students were here, there would still be enough seats. There were also seats on the 2nd and 3rd floor, but the good seats were already taken by the students who had arrived earlier. Of course, the first few rows were for freshmen. Older students weren't allowed to sit there. Even if they wanted to fight for a seat, they could only fight for the seats at the back. The student council realized that something was wrong, so they hurriedly brought in a large amount of glow sticks and snacks from the wholesale market. There were even some small banners with Su Shirhan and Chung Yi's names. They were really popular among the students. In the past freshman gala, it was already good enough if the auditorium was half full. But this year it was practically full. Many students who couldn't find a seat in the front row were asking, "Students, is there anyone here? There's already someone here." The members of the student union, who were in charge of maintaining discipline in the auditorium, were sweating profusely from exhaustion. They had no choice but to urgently send more people to maintain order. The members of the school's television and radio stations had also chosen their positions long ago, ready to record the most popular freshman party in the past decade. At 6 at night, the annual freshman gala officially began. After the school leaders took their seats in the front row, the lights in the auditorium gradually went out. The male and female hosts in black suits and red evening gowns walked to the front of the stage behind the slowly rising curtain. The two hosts could be considered the prettiest girls in the school, and while they weren't at the top, they weren't as famous as Meng Yao, Yu Shu, or Xin Yan, who had their names on the school's BBS list the moment they entered the school. The two's elegance and handsomeness still won them a round of applause and cheers. However, both of them were second-year members of the student council, so most of the cheers were from the older students. The freshmen were only moved. "Dear leaders, teachers, students, good evening." The male host bowed and said, "I am the host, Lai Yiming." Lai Yiming's words caused another burst of screams from the audience. It seemed that Lai Yiming was also a celebrity in the university. "I'm the host, Su Xiao." The female host followed the male host and bowed. "May everyone have an unforgettable and enjoyable night. The 39th freshman party of Donghai Industry University begins now," Lai Yiming and Su Xiao announced together. Another round of applause sounded from the audience. The program of the gala officially began, and the first to go on stage was a group dance brought by the freshmen from the English department. Girls from the English department made up the majority of the students in the university, and the dancers were all beauties. As soon as they went on stage, there was a burst of cheers and screams from the audience. Along with the loud music, the spotlights flashed, and the students in the audience couldn't help but wave the glow sticks in their hands after the English department dance. It was a boy from the computer science department who sang "The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk." This song had a strong campus vibe, and when the boy's melancholy and hoarse voice sounded, it completely won over the students in the audience. "The brother who slept on my upper bunk. You were silent. The questions you once asked me. Now no one asks." Although there were very few bunk beds in the dorms, this song was about the friendship between dorm mates. Therefore, this song resonated with many students who had just moved into the dorm. The male student's voice wasn't very good, but the song he chose was very good. It resonated with all the students present, even the freshmen, the seniors, and especially the seniors who were about to graduate, started singing along with him. Many people's eyes were already brimming with tears as they listened to the singing. This was a party to welcome the freshmen, but wasn't it also the last party for the seniors? Therefore, many people were filled with emotion. This song could be said to be a success. At the very least, it wouldn't make it out of the top 10. The first two programs could be said to be a good start. They were both very good, and they received good responses. However, the third program, which was supposed to be the finale, had a problem. The third program was a piano solo by a girl from the chemistry department. This girl was also a professional piano player with a grade 10 certificate. However, because it was her first time performing on such a big stage, she was probably a bit nervous. She played a few notes wrongly, and this caused the program to be ruined. Halfway through, the girl became more and more nervous. She suddenly dropped the piano and ran off the stage in tears. This immediately made the atmosphere of the scene awkward. According to the program schedule, the girl's piano solo would only end in about 10 minutes. This suddenly messed up the program's schedule a bit. The male and female hosts quickly ran up to the stage to save the situation and said some comforting and encouraging words. The fourth program was a medical program. Fortunately, everyone had rehearsed well, so it didn't matter if they went on stage early. After some simple preparation, the curtain opened again. The props were already set up, and everyone was in position. Under the cheerful music, the program began. Story of Youth was about life in school. It sang about the beautiful university life. There was love, friendship, and a nervous rush before exams. The theme of the whole song was the epitome of university life. Therefore, when Su Shirhan appeared, the atmosphere of the freshman party was pushed to a new level. Chapter 2000. At the same time, with Su Shirhan's appearance, the awkwardness caused by the piano solo was instantly dispelled, and the party became lively again. Su Shirhan, Su Shirhan, Su Shirhan, Su Shirhan, I love you. The light sticks and banners were all waving in the air, and Su Shirhan's voice was like the sound of nature, instantly conquering the students in the arena. The previous shouts stopped in an instant, and everyone was immersed in Su Shirhan's voice without blinking. A few extras from the medical major also played their role, making the students feel like they were watching a live music video. It was very exciting. Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan sat quietly on the stage, acting as ordinary students. The effect was achieved, and Lin Yi was only there to join the fun. When I had to say, this girl Su Shirhan was quite pretty. It was the first time Lin Yi saw Su Shirhan in a performance up close. No wonder so many people liked her. However, at the same time, a black figure was quietly approaching the bottom of the stage. This person was Fan Gana's sister from another university, here to help cause trouble. At this moment, she was wearing a tattered black windbreaker, and her hair was disheveled, covering her face. Her body was covered in red marks, and she was dripping with blood, which was quite a scary sight. Student, what happened to you? One of the student union's people in charge of order saw Fan Gana's sister and jumped in shock. Oh, senior, this is the performance uniform. Our program is about to start, Fan Gana's sister said carefully. Oh, so it's the performance uniform. You scared me. I thought you got robbed. The member of the student union felt relieved. He waved his hand and said, then hurry up and get ready. Don't delay. Okay, senior. Fan Gana's sister nodded and lowered her body as she walked downstage. However, when she reached the center of the stage where Su Shirhan was, she suddenly stood up. He stood not far from Su Shirhan, allowing her to see what was going on. Su Shirhan was so engrossed in singing that it was impossible for her not to notice a person popping up in front of her. But when her eyes landed on Fan Gana's sister, she suddenly shivered, and a trace of panic and fear flashed through her eyes. In an instant, Su Shirhan felt the world spinning around her. Her head started to hurt again. This scene once again made her remember some things, some painful memories from her childhood, some things that she didn't want to remember. Su Shirhan's voice started to tremble, and her face turned pale. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed powerful and effective. Zhang Duopan was watching the stage with his binoculars. When Fan Gana's sister came out, Su Shirhan's face changed. This made Zhang Duopan slap his thigh in excitement. That croaky voice really didn't lie to us. Su Shirhan is dead this time. That's great. Fan Gana also breathed a sigh of relief. As for Fan Gana's sister, seeing that she had achieved her goal, she quickly left. If she stayed for too long, she might get caught, and that wouldn't be fun. What Su Shirhan could see, Lin Yi and the others could naturally see as well. At first, everyone was wondering what that girl with red hair was doing, but when Lin Yi saw the change in Su Shirhan's face, he was shocked. Su Shirhan's headache this time was much worse than usual. Usually it would suddenly happen, but it wasn't this serious. On the stage, Su Shirhan couldn't stop to take the painkiller, and she didn't bring it on the stage. Although it was a headache, Su Shirhan still tried her best to persevere. This was what she promised Lin Yi, and she didn't want to mess it up because of her headache. So, although Su Shirhan's head was full of sweat, she still tried her best to persevere, of course, onto the stage. Other than Zhang Duopan, who was watching with binoculars, most people who didn't know Su Shirhan didn't notice anything wrong. Even if Su Shirhan's voice changed at that moment, everyone thought that Su Shirhan was too excited during the live performance, and so her voice changed occasionally. It wasn't a problem at all. However, Meng Yao and Yushu, who knew Su Shirhan well, could sense that something was wrong. Yao Yao sis, Shirhan sis seems to have a problem. Yushu observed more carefully. Don't tell me your headache is acting up again? This is troublesome. Meng Yao looked at Su Shirhan worriedly. Then what should we do? Yushu asked. I don't know. Let's see if Lin Yi can solve it. Meng Yao said. Lin Yi frowned slightly. The performance was only half done, and the music video was an extended version, so it was more than 10 minutes. There were still 7 to 8 minutes left before it ended, and Su Shirhan obviously couldn't last that long. So, Lin Yi stood up without hesitation and walked towards Su Shirhan. The song that Su Shirhan was singing was about the beautiful love in university. The expectation of a prince on a white horse. Lin Yi's cool figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Shirhan, as if he was the prince on a white horse in Su Shirhan's song, descending from the sky. Su Shirhan was a little surprised at Lin Yi's appearance. This wasn't a rehearsed scene, but after a moment, Su Shirhan understood Lin Yi's intention. Lin Yi must have seen her situation and was ready to help. As expected, Lin Yi reached out his hand and made a pleased gesture to Su Shirhan. If it was before yesterday, Su Shirhan would definitely not have any intimate actions with Lin Yi on the stage, because before yesterday, Su Shirhan only saw Lin Yi as a good friend, a savior. But now, although Lin Yi was still her good friend and savior, the two saviors were completely different. Treating a headache and saving a life were two different concepts. Su Shirhan couldn't help but think of Lin Yi's tall figure when she was singing about her love and expectation. Now that Lin Yi reached out his hand, Su Shirhan naturally wouldn't reject. Maybe he couldn't be her boyfriend, but he must be the one sent by the heavens. After meeting him, not only did he treat her headache, but he also saved her time and time again. It was impossible for Su Shirhan not to have a good impression of Lin Yi. Chapter 2013, Freshman Party, Part 2. So, Su Shirhan indulged herself once on the stage. Of course, it was also a suitable excuse to treat her headache. Lin Yi gently held Su Shirhan's hand, and this made the students in the audience go wild again. They didn't think that Su Shirhan would actually hold hands with a guy on the stage. This was too shocking. Although no one believed that the two of them had any relationship, it was still a big breakthrough for Su Shirhan. Hence, the audience started to scream, "Ow, ow." After holding Su Shirhan's hand, Lin Yi gently pulled Su Shirhan into his arms. And at this moment, Lin Yi quickly pressed on a few of Su Shirhan's acupuncture points. Waves of comfortable feeling came from Lin Yi's hands, and it made Su Shirhan feel relaxed. "Yao yao sis. Do you think Shirhan sis is pretending to have a headache to seduce Shield Bro?" Yushu used her suspicious spirit. She seemed to like Shield Bro a little yesterday. "It can't be, right?" Meng Yao frowned and said, "Shirhan sis shouldn't be that kind of person. It should be true this time. Wasn't there a black shirt man wandering around the stage? Is it because of the black shirt man that made Shirhan sis's headache act up? It's also possible. Wow, they're actually hugging each other." Yushu pointed at the stage and exclaimed, "Ah!" Meng Yao saw that Lin Yi and Su Shirhan were hugging each other, and she was a little suspicious. Su Shirhan had never had a scandal before, and it was even more impossible for her to be so close to a man, and this time, there must be something going on. We must ask them tonight," Yushu said. Meng Yao didn't say anything, but she was also a little suspicious. Lin Yi cured Su Shirhan's headache, and Su Shirhan just sang the lyrics of love. At this time, it was time to prepare for the final exam. So Lin Yi also returned to the previous seat and sat down. This impromptu performance was thought by the students below the stage to be rehearsed in advance. They all cheered excitedly, wishing that the performing boys on the stage were them. Of course, the students on the stage were also very curious. What was Lin Yi and Su Shirhan performing? This didn't seem to be rehearsed, right? But it wasn't convenient to ask on the stage, so they could only be confused for now. Finally, the song ended, and the curtains slowly closed. The performance was over, and Su Shirhan also breathed a sigh of relief. This performance was considered to have ended without any mishaps. "Net, Linbro, just now you and Su Shirhan." After getting off the stage, Bai Weituo couldn't wait to ask in the preparation room backstage. Because Su Shirhan, Wang Xinyan, and Han Jingjing had their own dressing room, Bai Weituo didn't have to worry. "It's nothing." Su Shirhan was a little uncomfortable just now, so I treated her. Lin Yi said simply, "You guys didn't see it?" "Ah, it seems like something is wrong." Bai Weituo remembered the situation after hearing Lin Yi's reminder. Su Shirhan really didn't seem to be right, so Lin Yi went to treat her. "Is that so? I thought you had an affair with a big star," Zhao Xingji said disappointedly. "What affair? Boss and Wang Xinyan are a couple. Why would he flirt with Big Ming in front of sis-in-law? What's with your eyes?" Song Xiaodao believed Lin Yi's words. As for the other students in the class, because they weren't familiar with Lin Yi, and after hearing the truth from Lin Yi, they naturally weren't curious anymore. They all changed their clothes and prepared to watch other professional performances. Back to their seats, Wang Xinyan was still sitting next to Lin Yi, and Han Jingjing was sitting on the other side of Wang Xinyan. Wang Xinyan didn't ask about what happened before, only quietly watching the performance, as if she didn't see Su Shihan and Lin Yi hugging each other. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, was even worse. The others were watching the performance, but she was playing with her tablet. It was fine if she was playing games, but when Lin Yi glanced at it, it wasn't. On Han Jingjing's screen, there were a lot of formulas and data that Lin Yi couldn't understand. He didn't know what she was writing. Zhang Duopan was furious. He was about to succeed, but in the end, Lin Yi hugged Su Shihan, and everything was solved. Su Shihan seemed to have returned to normal. Although Zhang Duopan didn't know how Lin Yi did it, he hated Lin Yi to the bone for ruining his plan. He wanted to kill Lin Yi. Originally, if Su Shihan made a mistake, the first place would definitely be Cheng Yi's, but now Cheng Yi had to settle for second place. Especially when he heard the praises from the other students, Zhang Duopan was even more annoyed. It's so beautiful. So university life is so beautiful. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it now. I also hope that a Prince Charming will fall from the sky. I thought university life was boring, but now it seems like it's just the beginning. I'm so envious. So nostalgic. All of this, we've experienced it before. A fourth-year student also sighed, and these voices were undoubtedly affirmation for the medical program. Zhang Duopan's face was extremely ugly. Fuck, can you guys be quiet for a second? Good, my ass. Fan Ganha saw Zhang Duopan's face was not good, so he stood up and said angrily to the students around him, "Who do you think you are? Do you think I won't cut your head off and hang it on a telephone pole?" Although Li Biaohan hated Lin Yi, he was Su Shihan's fan. Hearing Fan Ganha arguing in front of him, he was immediately annoyed. Fan Ganha had heard about the few ruthless people in the school. Seeing it was Li Biaohan, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart and quickly sat back down. "Forget it. It's our turn soon. Go get ready," Zhang Duopan said with a gloomy face. He was still able to keep his composure. Although the plan failed, his class's program had to go all out. Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganha stood up and walked to the backstage preparation room. Since he already found an excuse to lose, it didn't matter if he didn't succeed this time. Mei Wei, by Wei Tua's performance, was very successful. Chai Xiaoling giggled while eating chips and said to he Mei Wei, "This time, Zhang Duopan will definitely lose. Eat your chips. Zhao Shengji bought these for you, right? That foodie. Be careful, he'll turn you into a big fat girl," he Mei Wei said angrily. Chapter 2001. She was a little annoyed. She knew Zhang Duopan's personality too well. If he said that he would give up on her after losing this time, then the sun would rise from the west. At that time, Zhang Duopan would have to find an excuse to make him Mei Wei helpless. "No," Zhao Xingji said, "that I'm too skinny." Xiaoling said, "Mei Wei sis, why don't you eat some too? Why aren't you happy? Could it be that the person you like is Zhang Duopan? You eat. I'm not eating." He Mei Wei waved her hand. "I'm worried that Zhang Duopan won't let this go. He might suggest other competitions, and then there'll be no end to it. Sigh. Beauties have their own troubles. Us girls who aren't that outstanding don't have much to worry about. Only Zhao Xingji has no choice." Xiaoling shrugged. "He's good to you. Cherish him," he Mei Wei said. It was Zhang Duopan's class's turn to perform. Although Cheng Yi participated and successfully stirred up the enthusiasm of the students, Cheng Yi's song was a level lower than Su Shihan's. Her song was a dance type. It was nice to listen to, but it didn't have the charm of university life. Obviously, even if she wasn't as famous as Su Shihan, she wouldn't be able to be ranked higher than Su Shihan. But even so, the show was still considered very successful and received a lot of praise. Lin Bro, this time will definitely be number one. Zhang Duopan's program is not bad, but it's still lacking compared to us. Bai Wei Tua said excitedly. Lin Yi thought it was just luck that we won. If he wasn't on the stage, then this program would definitely be a mess. But who was it that knew Su Shihan's secret and even knew how to cause her headache? Could it be Zhang Duopan? But how did Zhang Duopan know? What Lenny was sure of was that the woman in the black windbreaker with red paint all over her body was the culprit behind Su Shirhan's headache. But this was a secret that even a doctor like Lin he didn't know. How did Zhang Duopan know about it? I'm afraid these things are all secrets in the entertainment industry, right? Big brother Lin, I'm going to invite Himei Yue and her roommates to dinner tonight. Why don't you join us? By Wei Tuo invited. Is this also our celebration feast? I'm afraid I can't tonight. Su Shirhan was invited by me. It's not right if I don't treat her to dinner. Linny said. She'll probably leave tomorrow. Linny said. Big brother Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. Bai Weidawa asked shamelessly. What's the matter? Linny asked. Mei Wei's Su Shirhan's fan. Before, when we rehearse, we always lock the door, not letting people from other classes to disturb us. And as the class monitor, I can't open the back door to let Himei Yue in. So until now, Himei Yue hasn't met Su Shirhan face to face. Bai Weidawa said, So, can you bring Su Shirhan to dinner tonight? It's my treat. I'll ask. Lenny looked at Bai Weidawa's expectant face and didn't reject. But if that's the case, we don't need too many people, just our roommates and Xin Yan's roommates. Maybe Meng Yao and Yushu will come too. That's great, Bai Weidawa said. Don't worry, there won't be too many people. I'll text Mei Yue now. Don't. Wait, let me ask Su Shirhan first. Lin Yi waved his hand and interrupted Bai Weidawa's action. That's fine. Bai Weidawa just remembered that Su Shirhan hadn't agreed yet. If he told Himei Yue first, and she didn't come in the end, it would be a big loss of face. Lin Yi called Su Shirhan. At this moment, Su Shirhan should be accompanied by Feng San Wang, resting in the lounge backstage with Cheng Yi. After all, these two stars were the school's VIPs. It wasn't strange for them to have their own lounge. Linny, Su Shirhan picked up the phone quickly. Han, are you free tonight? Let's go for dinner. Linny asked. Dinner tonight? Of course, no problem. Just the two of us? Su Shirhan's heart suddenly jumped. She was looking forward to it. Also by Wei Tuo's roommates and Xin Yan's roommates. Linny said, Yao Yao and Shu might come. Oh! Su Shirhan was slightly disappointed, but her face was still relaxed. Sure. Shiji, is Lin Yi treating us to dinner? Cheng Yi came over and asked. Yeah. All right, Yi, are you coming? Su Shirhan nodded. Of course. Don't say that Hero Lin is treating us to dinner. Even if he didn't, I would still treat him to thank him for saving my life yesterday. Cheng Yi said. That's great. Su Shirhan said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi is going too. Okay, let's go together. Lin Yi didn't mind having one more person. After hanging up the phone, Su Shirhan looked at Cheng Yi meaningfully. I say, Yi, this isn't like you. Usually, when people treat you to dinner, you don't go. Even if Zhang Duopan's father and you are working together, he invited you to dinner, but you didn't go? Hee, isn't it different? Hero Lin risked his life to protect us yesterday. Since he's treating, of course, I have to go. Cheng Yi said matter-of-factly. Of course? Su Shirhan frowned and looked at Cheng Yi mischievously. Yi, don't tell me you're moved? You saw Lin Yi so handsome yesterday, and you fell in love at first sight? So what? Cheng Yi didn't care. Since ancient times, beauties have always loved heroes. Hansis, aren't you moved? I just think that Lin Yi is a real man. If I can be his woman, I'll feel so safe. Yi, are you for real? Su Shirhan's eyes widened. Of course it's fake. Ha! Cheng Yi giggled. I do admire him, but I've never thought about getting a boyfriend. I just debuted, and I've always been walking the innocent route. If I get a boyfriend now, I'm afraid it'll have a big impact. But Han sis, you should get a boyfriend now. Why don't you date Lin Yi for a bit? And when you're done playing, give him to me. Me? Ahem. Su Shirhan choked on Cheng Yi's words. Playing what? What the hell are you playing? I'm not joking. Han sis, are you hiding something? Cheng Yi smiled at Su Shirhan. What are you nervous about? Chapter 2002. It's not that I'm nervous. It's just that you shouldn't say things like that. It'll be bad if there's a misunderstanding, Su Shirhan said. After getting the news that Su Shirhan was going, By Wei Tuo called he Meiwei immediately. Meiwei, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Our show was very successful. It's a celebration. Tonight? He Meiwei was helpless because Zhang Duopan just called her and invited her to dinner. Zhang Duopan also said that he could invite Cheng Yi, but he Meiwei didn't agree. Since she didn't like Zhang Duopan, she didn't want to be too close to him. Not long after Zhang Duopan called, Bai Wei Tuo called again. He Meiwei didn't know what to do. Although she didn't hate Bai Wei Tuo, if she agreed to Bai Wei Tuo and rejected Zhang Duopan would definitely be very angry. It wouldn't be good if he did something bad. Yeah, Lin Bro invited Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi too. They're all your favorite stars. Zhang Duopan said. Ah, Su Shirhan is going too? He Meiwei was a little surprised. Su Shirhan was her favorite star. If it was only Cheng Yi, He Meiwei would be a little hesitant. But since Su Shirhan was going, He Meiwei naturally couldn't let go of this rare opportunity. One had to know that among Su Shirhan's fans, there weren't many who got Su Shirhan's autograph, and there weren't many who got to take photos with her, let alone having dinner together. Therefore, He Meiwei nodded and agreed almost without thinking. Okay, then let's go together tonight. Okay, let's meet in the parking lot tonight. Bai Wei Tuo said happily. Bai Wei Tuo just hung up the phone and was about to thank Lin when he heard the students beside him screaming. He suddenly raised his head in confusion. Lin, he wasn't watching the show, but when he heard the scream, he looked at the stage and saw Ming Yao and Yushu. What surprised Lin, it was that there were a total of 4 people on the stage. They were wearing black leather clothes, sexy but not revealing, and they were performing a popular modern jazz dance. Meng Yao and Yushu entered the school as soon as they entered. The top girl of S School's beauty leader. The other 2 girls in her dorm weren't particularly pretty, but their bodies were incredibly hot. Meng Yao and Yushu, on the other hand, were a combination of one tall and one short. The 4 of them looked extremely well-proportioned together, and the moment they stepped onto the stage, the crowd cheered. Yeah, big brother Lin. Aren't those the 2 school beauties that your relative asked you to look after? Bai Wei Tuo recognized the girls as well. They're so pretty, but I'll be lucky if I can get He Meiwei. This is something I can't even imagine. Lin, he shook his head and didn't say anything, but Xin Yan and Han Jingjing both raised their heads and stared at the stage. Xin Yan didn't mind, but Han Jingjing put down her tablet and looked at the stage. Lin, he was more or less surprised. The dance was over, and it attracted a lot of praise from the students. Han Jingjing lowered her head again and went back to studying her tablet, no longer looking at the stage. Han Jingjing, what are you doing? Lin, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Studying pill refining. Han Jingjing said, Pill refining? You're writing and drawing on your tablet, calculating all these random things. You're making pills? Lin Yi's eyes were wide open. Yes. These are some physical formulas for temperature and heat energy in alchemy, as well as chemical formulas for the reactions between various medicinal materials and some mathematical formulas for time. Han Jingjing said seriously, Of course there are some other formulas, Lin, he was stunned by Han Jingjing's words. You could use formulas to derive pills? This was the first time Lin, he heard of this. This Han Jingjing really was a genius. But Lin, he didn't say anything to her. She could study it if she wanted to, as long as she didn't ask him why. What's wrong, Linny bro? Is there something wrong? Why do you have a weird expression on your face? Han Jingjing asked. Ahem. Lin, he was just thinking that Han Jingjing didn't ask him why, but she started asking now. It made Lin, speechless. There's nothing wrong with it, but your method of studying pills is really unique. Yeah, Linny bro, I think I'll be able to come up with a method that combines modern science and ancient medicine. I'll become a very, very powerful refiner. Han Jingjing nodded. All right, continue your research. Linny didn't know what to say. He thought that if this girl wasn't a genius, then she was crazy. But from her usual behavior, it was more likely that she was crazy. Lin, he sent a text to Meng Yao and Yushu, asking them if they wanted to have dinner together. Naturally, the 2 of them said yes without hesitation. Su Shirhan was participating in the banquet, so they couldn't miss it. Lin Yi, on the other hand, felt a little nervous when he saw the reply. Meng Yao and Yu Shu didn't seem to be very friendly with Wang Xinyan. The miss was fine, but Shu might say something embarrassing. That would be a little embarrassing. After all, this was the first time Meng Yao and Yu Shu had dinner with their roommates in Xinyan. Lin, he had only asked out of politeness, not thinking that they could join. After all, their dorm had a performance, so it was more likely that they would go to dinner together. Lin, he shook his head. He could only take it one step at a time. Finally, the freshman party came to an end amidst the cheers. The winners of the freshman party would be announced tomorrow. As on top of it, Lin Yi, by Wei Tuo, Zhao Shengji, Song Xiaodao, and Xinyan walked to the car park together. Shirhan and Chun Yi, on the other hand, had already left the hall and were waiting for Lin Yi in the car. Otherwise, if the students came out together and saw Su Shirhan and Chung Yi, they would definitely surround them. Even now, there were still some students looking around for Su Shirhan and Chung Yi. At this time, He Mei Wei and Chai Shaoling also arrived at the parking lot, but Lan Xiaoru was not there. Mei Wei, where's Xiaoru? Bai Weidao walked over and asked. Xiaoru and her boyfriend have things to do, so they didn't attend today's freshman party, He Mei Wei said. What's so important that you can't even attend the freshman's gala? Bai Weidao was a little surprised. Chapter 2003. Who knows? He Mei Wei shook her head and didn't say much. In the dorm, Lan Xiaoru was the odd one out. She didn't fit in with the others, and she didn't talk much. Mei Wei, what do you think? Have you thought about it? Why don't you accept my invitation and have a celebratory feast with Chung Yi? At this time, an irritating voice rang out. It was Zhang Duopan. Seeing Zhang Duopan and Fan Ganhe walk over, He Mei Wei smiled bitterly. If she went with Bai Weituo, Zhang Duopan would definitely be unhappy and say something hurtful. After all, Zhang Duopan was her high school classmate. She didn't want their relationship to be too bad. If she didn't go with Bai Weituo, it would be the same as standing her up. So He Mei Wei was in a dilemma. Chung Yi, Bai Weituo was surprised to hear Zhang Duopan's words. That's right, it's Chung Yi. Zhang Duopan saw Bai Weituo's surprised look and said proudly, Yi's program tonight was very successful. I'm going to invite her to celebrate with us. Oh, so you didn't invite her? Bai Weituo realized. He was surprised because Chung Yi said that she would attend Lin Yi's party with Su Shirhan. Why did she go to Zhang Duopan's party? Zhang Duopan thought that he could invite Chung Yi, but in fact, he hadn't invited her yet. So what? I'll invite her now. Zhang Duopan took out his phone and was about to call Chung Yi. EF equals. Nay, it made a phone call. Sorry, you're late. Big Brother Lin has already invited Su Shirhan and Chung Yi to the celebration party with us. Mei Wei will be there too. Right, Mei Wei? Bai Weituo looked at Zhang Duopan provocatively and asked He Mei Wei. Yes. I'm sorry, Zhang Duopan. You know I like Su Shirhan. He Mei Wei smiled bitterly. In the end, she still pushed herself into this whirlpool. What? Zhang Duopan's face sank when he heard Bai Weituo's words. He didn't expect Bai Weituo to get ahead of him and let Lin Yi invite Chung Yi as well. This put him in a difficult position. He couldn't advance nor retreat. He didn't know what to say. Sorry, student Zhang, we have to go. Bai Weituo waved to Zhang Duopan and said, Wait. After a short period of awkwardness, Zhang Duopan didn't want to give up, so he laughed at Bai Weituo and said, It turns out that Chung Yi said that you guys are going to the dinner tonight. That's great. Let's go together. What do you mean? Bai Weituo was stunned. Chung Yi also invited you? Yeah. I told Chung Yi a few days ago that I would treat everyone to dinner after the performance. However, Chung Yi said that there would be someone else at dinner tonight, so I didn't think much about it. So it's you guys. Zhang Duopan laughed and said, Since we're all classmates, we're naturally familiar with each other. Let's go together. Bai Weituo didn't know what to do after hearing Zhang Duopan's words. He looked at Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi could call Chung Yi down and ask her what was going on. However, Lin Yi was very calm. Bai Weituo was just angered by Zhang Duopan. But Lin Yi didn't believe Zhang Duopan's words at all. Zhang Duopan said that he didn't invite Chung Yi at all. How could he know that there would be someone else at dinner tonight? If it was really planned a few days ago, could it be that Chung Yi could predict the future and predict that Lin Yi would treat Su Shirhan to a meal today, and that she would join in on the fun? Therefore, Zhang Duopan's words were 99% false. Lin Yi didn't need to find Chung Yi to verify it all. But if he called Chung Yi out, it would be difficult. At that time, Chung Yi wouldn't be able to refuse or agree. Moreover, she would think that he suspected that she invited Zhang Duopan, which would be even more embarrassing. Of course, the most important thing was that he Meiwa wasn't Bai Weidoa's girlfriend yet. Lin Yi had no reason to chase her away. Everything depended on he Meiwa and Bai Weidoa. However, just when Bai Weidoa didn't know what to do, a heavenly voice rang in his ears, making Bai Weidoa cry. "Oh, so you're the rich guy that Sister Shirhan mentioned. She told me that we don't need to spend money today. There's a rich guy paying the bill and treating us to the most luxurious hotel in Donghai City, Arctic Ocean Seafood Restaurant." The owner of the voice was naturally Yushu. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this voice. It seemed that evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. Huh. Zhang Duopan's eyes widened after listening to Yushu's words. He was speechless. He didn't know whether to admit it or not. If he admitted it, it meant that he was the rich guy. If he didn't admit it, then he obviously couldn't attend the dinner tonight, because he had already said before that he and Chung Yi had agreed to treat everyone to dinner after the performance. Of course, he could say that he would treat them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but he had nothing to do today. After weighing the pros and cons, so be it. Zhang Duopan laughed and said, "Miss Su, you really know how to joke. But to be able to treat two celebrities to a meal, even if he is a rich guy, not everyone can do it. Yes, it has to be a special rich guy like classmate Zhang." Yushu nodded and said, "I heard that the seafood in the Arctic Ocean Seafood Restaurant is flown in from abroad. The price is very expensive. A meal will cost tens of thousands of yuan, right? And the wine, ordinary rich guys can't afford it." This, Zhang Duopan was shocked when he heard that a meal cost tens of thousands of yuan, and that didn't include the wine. He didn't spend much to invite Chung Yi, but a meal cost tens of thousands of yuan. Although his family was rich, his pocket money was limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving an Aurora. He would have bought a sports car. Since classmate Zhang is the host that Su Shirhan said will treat us, then let's go. Bai Weidoa calmed down and understood the crux of the matter. Since Zhang Duopan shamelessly wanted to follow them, then they wouldn't mind mocking him. It's just tens of thousands of yuan, it's nothing. Now that things had come to this, Zhang Duopan had no choice but to go. He glared at the talkative Big Bab Shu and thought to himself, "This girl has big boobs, but she's not brainless. With just one sentence, she made me a rich guy and even lost tens of thousands." "Yao Yao, Shu, you guys are here." Lin Yi nodded to them and said, "Get in the car. I really don't know where this Arctic Ocean Seafood Restaurant is. You guys lead the way." Chapter 2004. Meng Yao, Yushu, Xinyan, Himei Wei, and Shaolin got on Lin Yi's jeep, while Bai Weidoa, Zhao Xingji, and Song Xiaodao got on Zhang Duopan's Aurora. This made Zhang Duopan quite annoyed. There was no fun in a car full of old men. Lin Yi called Feng Sanhuang and told him to go to the Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant. Feng Sanhuang's car had a GPS, and it was easy to find the place. Lin Yi and the others just needed to follow behind the SUV. "Shu, you're really bad. This Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant's really expensive. I heard that the average person spends tens of thousands." Meng Yao said, "Uft. Didn't they say a meal costs tens of thousands?" Lin Yi said, shocked. "Yeah, a meal costs tens of thousands. That Zhang Duopan is stupid. He didn't even ask." Yushu nodded. Himei Wei, Shaoling, and Xinyan looked at Yushu, cold sweat forming on their backs. This girl was a little too cruel. The three cars stopped in front of the Northern Ice Ocean Seafood Restaurant, and Su Shirhan and Chung Yi were dressed like they were last night. No one could tell who they were from the outside. Zhang Duopan got off the car and looked at the Northern Ice Seafood Restaurant signboard. He was shocked. This building was as luxurious as a palace. How could he afford it? Other than sports cars, there were Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and other luxurious cars, all of which cost less than $1 million. This made Zhang Duopan nervous. But he was already here, and he couldn't go back on his word. He gritted his teeth and walked into the hotel with Fan Ganha. The group was warmly welcomed as they entered the door. A row of waiters greeted them warmly, and a male and a female receptionist brought them to the restaurant to order. This kind of service was worth a lot of money, and it made Zhang Duopan regret coming here. He was afraid that he would really become a rich man today. In the dining hall, there were huge aquarium tanks all around. They were filled with all kinds of live seafood, giving everyone the feeling that they had entered a marine museum. Of course, the price tags on the aquarium tanks were not cheap either. Basically, the starting price was in the tens of thousands of dollars. Zhang Duopan almost fell to the ground when he saw this. How could a meal cost tens of thousands of yuan? If a few people ate it, it would cost at least a few $100,000. This place is not bad. How much is the average consumption here? Zhang Duopan's heart was bleeding, but he still pretended to be casual and asked the waiter. About 70,000 to 80,000 for seafood, sir, the waiter who ordered the dishes said. Zhang Duopan was taken aback. 70 to 80,000 for one person? This Yushu sure knew how to scam people. He was about to say something when Yushu spoke up. 70,000 to 80,000 for one person isn't that expensive, right? Yao sis? Yushu said. Zhang Duopan was speechless. So she said 70,000 to 80,000 for one person. Zhang Duopan's heart was already starting to throb. He was thinking about how he was going to get money from his dad if he didn't have enough. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Duopan hated Yushu. Yushu had a cute face and a big chest, but in Zhang Duopan's eyes, she was a little devil. He wouldn't let this girl go if he had the chance. The consumption here is so high. Then let's order less seafood and more stir-fried dishes. Su Shirhan was a kind person. She didn't want to scam Zhang Duopan. Looking at Zhang Duopan's face, it was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. Cheng Yi and Zhang Duopan's father's company were partners, so Su Shirhan didn't want Cheng Yi to be in a difficult position. Yeah, stir-fried dishes are healthy. Zhang Duopan heard Su Shirhan's words and wanted to hug and kiss her. She was his savior, but he didn't dare to do so. Yes, seafood. Eating too much on such a cold day will give you a stomachache. Even the sports students in our sports department don't dare to eat so much. Fan Ganha quickly echoed. Yushu saw that Su Shirhan said so she didn't continue to scam Zhang Duopan. He was much poorer than Zhong Pingliang and Zhang Wen. As long as he didn't go against Shield Bro, Yushu would let him go for now. With Su Shirhan taking the lead, everyone naturally focused on the stir-fried dishes. Although these things weren't cheap, they were much cheaper than seafood. For seafood, they only ordered crab and prawns. It didn't cost much. After the meal, it only cost 100,000. Zhang Duopan let out a sigh of relief. The pocket money in his card, after deducting the payment for Cheng Yi, was still enough to treat everyone. But in the future, he couldn't spend so much money. He could only live his life nervously. After ordering, everyone went to the private room. It's my treat today. Everyone, eat and drink well. Zhang Duopan's money couldn't go to waste. He acted like the host. Yeah, we can order when it's not enough. Otherwise, Zhang Duopan won't be happy if we don't eat well, Yushu added. Actually, I think the abalones here are all alive. We should order some abalones. I've never eaten such a big abalone before. Bai Wei Tuo said as he gestured with his hands. Abalone is actually not that tasty, and it doesn't look good. Since there are girls here, let's not order it. Zhang Duopan was so scared that his legs almost cramped. He had seen the price of abalone before. That was a one-headed abalone that cost tens of thousands of yuan per catty. It was simply the best of the abalone. Even his father had not eaten it before, let alone him. So what if there are girls here? Bai Wei Tuo rolled his eyes and knew what Zhang Duopan was implying. He pretended not to understand and asked, why can't girls order abalones? Why doesn't abalones look good? Zhang Duopan thought that Bai Weita really didn't understand and was afraid that he wouldn't stop, so he whispered to him, "Ahem, lower your voice. It's just that girls don't usually call it abalone. Usually, as long as someone said this, the listener would smile knowingly and not say anything more. But Bai Weita still widened his eyes and shouted, "Girls? Where's that? What here and there? Zhang Duopan, what are you talking about? If you can't afford abalones, just say it. What's the point of coming up with so many mysterious phrases?" Chapter 2005. As Bai Weita shouted, everyone turned to look at them. At first, Zhang Duopan's words didn't attract much attention, but now that they thought about it, Su Shihan, Cheng Yi, and even the miss all blushed. Fuck, it's a black fungus, do you understand? Zhang Duopan was pissed off by Bai Weita. Seeing everyone looking at them, he decided to go all out and shouted, "Black fungus? Abalone is black fungus?" Bai Weita looked at Zhang Duopan in confusion. "Zhang Duopan, are you sick? Your abalone is black fungus? Bai Weita, are you fucking doing this on purpose?" Zhang Duopan didn't believe that Bai Weita didn't understand black fungus, unless this guy didn't go on the school's forum. But this guy had clearly posted before. How could he not go on it? So Bai Weita was obviously pretending to be dumb. That's why Zhang Duopan was angry. On purpose? Bai Weita froze and then realized. You said abalone and black fungus, so that's what you meant. Why are you such a low-class person, saying this in a restaurant? Why don't you say it in a nightclub? Zhang Duopan was pissed, but seeing Bai Weita's innocent look, he couldn't do anything. Looking at the girl's looks of disdain, Zhang Duopan cursed his bad luck. It didn't matter how others looked at him, but Himewa wouldn't think that he was a low-class person, right? Fuck, don't be too happy. If you can, why don't you treat us? Zhang Duopan sneered. I'll pay the bill. Bai Weita wanted to say that he would pay the bill, but when he suddenly thought of the price of this meal, he suddenly became listless. If he spent more than 100,000 yuan on a meal, wouldn't his grandfather peel off his skin when he returned? If you don't want to treat us, then you can leave now. This meal is on me. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Duopan. You? Zhang Duopan heard Lin Yi's words and suddenly realized that he came here shamelessly. If he didn't treat them, then Lin Yi wouldn't bring him along anymore. If he left like this, although he could save hundreds of thousands, what would Himewa think? Thinking up to here, Zhang Duopan squeezed out a smile. I was just joking with Bai Weita. Joke? No one is joking with you. Today is the last time you can treat Himewa to a meal. When the results of the school's art festival come out tomorrow, you will lose this opportunity forever. You should cherish it. Bai Weita looked gratefully at Lin Yi and said to Zhang Duopan, "Why is that? So what if the result is out?" Zhang Duopan shrugged indifferently. What? Zhang Duopan, are you trying to act shamelessly? Last time at the KTV, we already made a bet. In this year's freshman party, whoever gets the highest ranking in the program will have the right to pursue Himewa, and the loser will have to give up on Meiwa. Could it be that student Zhang has a bad memory? Do you want me to help you recall? Bai Weita sneered at Zhang Duopan. Oh, you're talking about that. Although you guys might get first, it's not because of your abilities. It's because of a superstar, Su Shihan. What does that have to do with you guys? Zhang Duopan smiled faintly. So it doesn't count. Not counted? You guys broke the rules first and invited Cheng Yi, okay? Bai Weita froze and said angrily. We did break the rules, so it doesn't count even if we win. But I didn't ask you to learn from her. You guys broke the rules yourself, so who can you blame? Zhang Duopan shrugged and made a "what can you do about it" expression. Didn't you say that each person would have a program? As long as it's someone involved in the planning, it's fine. You didn't say we can't invite celebrities. Bai Weita was furious. He didn't expect Zhang Duopan to be so shameless. Freshman party. Don't you know what it is? That's a party for freshmen. You have freshmen on the stage. That's a freshman party. If you invite celebrities, that's a concert. Zhang Duopan said. You're inviting external help, not just freshmen. Of course, it doesn't count. Bai Weita was enraged by Zhang Duopan's words, but he couldn't refute it. This guy insisted on the word freshman, and Bai Weitua couldn't do anything about it. Who asked him to invite outsiders? Linny frowned. He didn't expect Zhang Duopan to be so shameless. But looking at his face, he knew that even if Bai Weitua won fair and square, he wouldn't admit defeat and find some other excuse. Haha, Zhang Duopan is right. We're just joking. We're classmates with Mei Wei. We can't break off our friendship just because of a bet. Fangana added. Lin Yi smiled coldly in his heart. As expected, even if they lost completely, they still had an excuse. But this was Bai Weitua's business. Lin Yi didn't want to get involved. After all, there was no reason. If it involved Wang Xinyan, Lin Yi naturally couldn't let him go. Soon, the wine and food were placed on the table in turn, and Zhang Duopan proudly raised his glass. First of all, thank you, Yi and Shirhan, for coming to my dinner party. Mei Wei and I are both your fans. It's a great honor to be able to eat together. Bai Weitua rolled his eyes in disdain. Su Shirhan was invited by Lin Yi, but from his mouth, it sounded like he was the one who invited her. Wow, this prawn is so delicious. Chill, bro, try it. Yushu picked up a big prawn and put it on Lin Yi's plate. She didn't put Zhang Duopan in her eyes at all. She let Zhang Duopan stand there. He couldn't continue talking or sit down. Yeah, Brother Lin, the dishes here are really good. If it weren't for Big Kai's treat, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Bai Weitua also nodded and said, Brother Lin, let sister-in-law try it too. What? Lin Yi glared at Bai Weitua and thought to himself, does this kid not know the situation? Meng Yao and Yushu didn't seem to be interested in Xinyan at all, and yet this guy was calling her sis-in-law. Bai Weitua, don't call me that. There's nothing going on between me and Lin. Xinyan waved her hand, embarrassed that Bai Weitua was talking about her in front of so many people. People are calling me, and Sister Yao Yao, who is calling you? You think too highly of yourself. Yushu said as she looked at Xinyan. I was thinking too much. Xinyan pointed at herself, not sure if she should laugh or cry. She wasn't the type of person who liked to argue, so she just shook her head and said nothing. Bai Weitua saw that he was in trouble, so he quickly shut up and didn't dare to make another sound. However, Zhang Duopan seemed to have discovered a new continent. Chapter 2006. Zhang Duopan purposely raised his voice. Haha. Ganhe, do you see that? Xinyan and Lin Yi have nothing to do with each other. You can go after her without worry. Lin Yi has girlfriends, and 2 of them. Go after your sister. Yushu wasn't happy. She didn't like Xinyan being so close to Lin Yi, but Xinyan might be someone Lin Yi liked, otherwise he wouldn't be helping her all the time. Since Xiao Xiao wanted Lin Yi to find another girlfriend, Xinyan might be able to take the position, and now Zhang Duopan was trying to butt in. She wasn't happy at all. This was an internal conflict. What did it have to do with him? Go after his sister? Fan Ganha blinked. His sister's only 10. She's not suitable for me. Ganhe, go after your sister. That's a curse. Zhang Duopan explained, a little embarrassed. Girl, you're cursing me? Fan Ganha slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Yushu. Our Zhang bro is treating us today. Why do you have to be so annoying? Leave if you don't want to eat. He'd been pissed off at Yushu for a long time. This girl had been messing with him from the very beginning, and even now, her mouth wasn't idle. She'd even made fun of his goddess, Wang Xinyan. He couldn't take it anymore. Ahem. Ganha, you sit down first. We're polite people. Zhang Duopan jumped when he saw Mei Yue's disdainful look. He quickly pulled Ganha back before turning to Yushu. Sorry, Fan Ganha's a sports student. He's a little hot-tempered. Haha, don't mind him. Fan Ganha didn't know what was going on. Usually, Zhang Duopan would be happy when he stood up for Zhang Duopan. What was going on today? But since Fan Ganha wanted him to sit down, he had no choice but to sit down. So what if he's a sports student? If he meets a real master, he'll beat the crap out of him. Bai Weitua said flatly. Okay, everyone stop fighting. Let's eat. The dishes will be cold in a while. Mei Wei said helplessly. Today, the 2 big stars are here. Don't be so childish, okay? That's true. Haha. Fan Ganha, don't fight with Bai Weitua. If you're not convinced, then find an opportunity to have a fight. Don't the school have those clubs? When the time comes, we can just borrow a venue. Zhang Duopan was smart. He acted as if it had nothing to do with him. It was all Fan Ganha and Bai Weitua's quarrel. His last sentence was extremely hateful. It was simply targeted at Bai Weitua. If they were to compete, Bai Weitua, who was not a sports student, would definitely be at a disadvantage. Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi, on the other hand, felt that this childish fight was quite amusing. When they were done, Su Shirhan raised her cup and said, "All right, I'll say a few words. Thank you everyone for your hospitality, but and I have to catch a plane tomorrow morning. So let's hurry up and eat. We can go back and rest earlier." With Su Shirhan's words, Fan Ganha was silent for a while. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Lin Yi, a toast to you. Cheng Yi suddenly raised her cup and looked at Lin Yi with anticipation. This was the first glass of wine she poured in the entire meal. Although it was red wine, it was clear that she treated Lin Yi differently. Before, she and Su Shirhan had drinks with them. "Toast to me." Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. "Yeah, for yesterday, I really have to thank you." Cheng Yi said solemnly, "I'll drink this glass of wine. You can do whatever you want." Speaking of which, I also want to toast to Lin Yi. Let's drink together." With that, Su Shirhan poured herself a glass of wine and held it up. Meng Yao and Yushu, on the other hand, understood what had happened last night. The others, on the other hand, were completely confused. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't want to explain at all. He raised his cup and said faintly, "Nothing." And so, the atmosphere became a little strange. Zhang Duopan was envious and confused at the same time. Cheng Yi and Su Shirhan toasted Lin Yi together. What did Lin Yi do? Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi drank the wine in their hands while Lin Yi took a sip of tea. The situation was just that strange, but Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi didn't want to explain, so the others could only keep it in their hearts. Haha, right, this weekend, I'm planning to invite everyone to the Tiger Park to play. It can be considered as relieving the fatigue of this period. Zhang Duopan said, but it's a pity that Yi and Shirhan are leaving tomorrow. Otherwise, we can go see the tiger together. We're too busy with work. There's no choice. Cheng Yi smiled. Let's go together then. By way to Lin Yi, you guys come too? Zhang Duopan smiled. Meiwei, Bai Weitua and I are competing fairly. You will not give us a chance, right? We're all good friends. We're going to have fun together. There's no competition, Meiwei said helplessly. Although the meal was full of fighting, with Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi there, it wasn't too obvious. Until the end of the meal, a waiter knocked on the door and came in. Hello, everyone. Because you're the 888th guest of this month, we're providing a photo service. The photo can be made into a crystal cup, the waiter said respectfully. Photo. Zhang Duopan was dazed. Does it cost money? Many restaurants use this kind of promotion as an excuse, but in fact, they still wanted the customer to pay. So, Zhang Duopan asked subconsciously. It's free, the waiter said. Normally, it's charged, but the 888th guest is free. Oh, it's free. Then I'll take one. Zhang Duopan nodded. Okay, I'll go find a photographer. The waiter didn't see Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi because they had their backs to the door. Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi helplessly put on their sunglasses again. After all, it might be troublesome to ask the photographer to come out. Soon, the photographer came. He wasn't surprised that Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi were wearing sunglasses. After all, a lot of customers like to look cool when they took photos. There were some who wore glasses and hats. After taking the photo, the photographer left. After a while, the waiter brought over a beautiful crystal cup with everyone's photo. Just one. Zhang Duopan thought it was one for each person, but there was only one. How are they going to split it among so many people? Sir, you can make more, but the first one is free. The rest will have to be charged, the waiter said. Chapter 2007. We can charge a fee too, one for everyone. Zhang Duopan waved his hand. How is he supposed to split the cup? Okay, sir. Please wait a moment, the waiter said and retreated to make the cups. Let me see, Let me see. Yushu snatched the cup from Zhang Duopan's hand. Wow, Shield bro, you're so handsome in the photo. You're the most handsome out of all of us. Yushu said. Shu, mind your image. Meng Yao said helplessly. Shu had insisted on sandwiching Lin Yi between the two of them during the photo shoot, not giving Xinyan a chance at all. Xinyan had no choice but to stand beside Yushu, and Yushu was very pleased with herself. It didn't take long for the waiter to bring the crystal cups over, one for each person, no more no less. Zhang Duopan turned to the waiter. Waiter, can I have the bill? How much is it? Sir, you spent 200,900 in total, so it's 200,000. The waiter said. Oh, I'll pay with my card. Zhang Duopan casually handed over a card before realizing something was wrong. Wait, why is it 200,000? Wasn't it 140,000? Zhang Duopan had estimated the price. The dishes were only around 130,000, and even with the drinks, it was around 140,000. How could it be 200,000? That's right, sir. This is your list of expenses. Please take a look. The waiter didn't look down on Zhang Duopan at all. He politely took out a list of expenses and handed it to Zhang Duopan. This is, 5,000 for a crystal picture frame? Zhang Duopan's eyes went wide. There were more than 10 people in his group, and just the crystal frames alone cost 60,000. No wonder it was 200,000. Yes, sir. This crystal photo frame is made of real crystal, not glass. The waiter explained. Every single one of them is worth collecting, and there's an expert certificate here. Is that so? Zhang Duopan looked at the pile of crystal cups and wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were all printed with photos. He had to buy them even if he didn't want to. He could only say with a sad face, Okay, I'll pay by card. However, the fees he gave Chung Yi were not enough. There were only a few 100,000 left in the card. Zhang Duopan was thinking about what excuse he could use to ask his dad for more money. After dinner, Lin Yi drove Xinyan, Mei Wei, and Chai Shaoling back to school. He was about to head back to the villa with San Huang when he saw two people standing there in the dark parking lot. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Han Jingjing and Han Xiao Xiao? Han Jingjing? Lin Yi stopped the car and looked at Han Jingjing in surprise. Why are you two standing in the parking lot? Big brother Lin Yi, we were waiting for you to send us home. Han Jingjing said pitifully. I thought you forgot about us, but you finally remembered and came back. Ugh, you're saying that you've been waiting for me to send you home? Lin Yi's eyes were wide open. Yeah, Han Jingjing nodded. Isn't your X5M parked over there? Don't you know how to drive? Lin, you look at the X5M not far from the parking lot. I didn't bring my keys. I've been riding in your car for the past 2 days, and I thought the keys were a little heavy, so I didn't bring them. Han Jingjing said, You didn't bring your keys? Lin Yi was stunned by Han Jingjing's words. Then why didn't you call me? I did, but my phone was turned off. Han Jingjing said, feeling wronged. Lin Yi remembered that he'd turn off his phone when he was on stage, afraid that someone would be looking for him. He'd forgotten to turn it back on. Okay, get in the car. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. If you can't find me next time, take a taxi back, and it's not far on foot anyway. I was afraid that you would come to pick me up again, and we would be worried if you couldn't find us, Han Jingjing said. Then I won't call you. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Okay, get in the car. Lin Yi, how could you forget about Han Jingjing for dinner? Look at how pitiful she is. She hasn't eaten yet, right? Meng Yao didn't have any bad feelings towards Han Jingjing. After a few days of interaction, she felt that this girl didn't have any ulterior motives and was easy to get along with. It's okay, Yao sis, I'll go home and eat instant noodles, Han Jingjing said. Shield bro, why don't you make some food for them when you go home? They're so pitiful, they're always hungry. Yushu also sympathized with Han Jingjing. She actually stood in the autumn wind for an entire night. It was really pitiful. It's okay, Shu, we always eat instant noodles. We're used to it, Han Jingjing quickly said. It's already so late, it's fine. It's okay, there's ready-made food at home. I'll cook for you, it's nothing. Lin Yi was very embarrassed. Because of his mistake, Han Jingjing and Yushu stood in the parking lot for an entire night without food. It made him feel bad. Thank you, Lin Yi bro, Han Jingjing said happily. The car returned to the villa. Lin got off the car, and Su Shirhan also got off the car. Originally, Feng Sanwang planned to send Cheng Yi back to the hotel, but Cheng Yi didn't want to go back. Shiji, why don't you help me talk to Lin? Can I stay here tonight? Cheng Mui said pitifully. Last night, after that incident, I went back to the hotel, and the moment I closed my eyes, I saw those robbers. I couldn't sleep well. I only fell asleep in the wee hours. It was too scary. I don't dare to stay by myself. It's okay, sis, if you're scared. You can stay here. Meng Yao agreed generously, because Cheng Yi was a celebrity that she liked, and she was also Su Shirhan's junior. How could she not agree? But after Meng Yao finished speaking, she realized that the owner of the villa was not her anymore. It was Lin. So, Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi, a little embarrassed. Lin Yi, is it okay? Lin Yi understood what the miss was thinking, but he smiled. You have a part of this villa. It's as good as Songshan. You can make the decision. Meng Yao heard Lin Yi's words. She was a little touched. Thank you. Ha! It's nothing. You guys chat first. I'll cook something for Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao, Lin Yi said. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao didn't seem to be fans. Han Xiaoqiao was very shy. He didn't like to talk. And Han Jingjing seemed to be engrossed in studying something. She wouldn't let go of her tablet. She wouldn't stop writing and drawing. Chapter 2008. Fortunately, the two of them got off the car and went back to the villa. They didn't talk to Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi. Lin Yi was surprised. Were these siblings even people of this world? They didn't like to chase after celebrities at all. Lin Yi found some food in the kitchen, making 2 dishes before sending it over to Han Jingjing. Lin Yi, Gij, thank you. Han Jingjing saw that Lin Yi was here and finally put down the tablet and ran out to help Lin. Do you want to come in and sit for a bit? No, you guys should rest early after eating. I'm going back. Lin Yi looked at Han Jingjing's mansion. There didn't seem to be anything new inside. It was all the furniture and appliances that came with the mansion. Han Xiaoqiao was sitting on the sofa reading a book, while Han Jingjing was probably playing with the tablet. These two were really weird. They were both nerds, but the elder sister's personality was even weirder than the younger brother's. Lin Yi took a look at Han Xiaoqiao's book. It was a textbook from a university's economics department. It was normal to read textbooks at home, but Han Jingjing was using a tablet to calculate some pill refining formula. Lin Yi couldn't believe it. Oh, okay then. Han Jingjing nodded, a little disappointed. Right, Lin Yi, Gij, how's your alchemy going? These 2 days. I don't have time to study it yet. Lin Yi said honestly. Lin Yi was busy with the freshman party, and then he got attacked after picking up Su Shirhan, and then he broke through. Lin Yi didn't even have time to practice the 4th stance of Frenzy Fist, not to mention alchemy. Please remember, oh, I see. I wanted to discuss it with you. Han Jingjing said. Then when Lin Yi, Gij is done, we could discuss it together, okay? Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Han Jingjing was very happy to receive Lin Yi's reply. She happily said goodbye and went to eat with Han Xiaoqiao. Lin Yi, on the other hand, returned to his villa. In the living room, Meng Yao, Yu Shu, Su Shirhan, and Cheng Yi were chatting excitedly. It seemed like they were talking about yesterday's events. Cheng Yi was beaming with joy and her eyes were full of admiration. As soon as Lin Yi entered the door, he heard her words, Yao Yao, Shu, I really envy you. You have such a powerful bodyguard as Lin Yi living with you. If Shirhan and I stopped singing, we would want to move in with you. Sure, then move here when you guys retire from the music industry. Meng Yao smiled. We're afraid that someone might be hostile towards us if we move here. With that, Shirhan smiled as she looked at Yushu. They were still making fun of Wang Xinyan just now. No, I'm just helping Shield Bro. Yushu was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Shirhan sis, you and sis seem to be very close? Yeah, the 2 of us are from the same sect, and we hit it off very well. We usually like similar things, so we're closer. Shirhan nodded. Thanks to senior sister's care, otherwise I wouldn't be able to develop so well. Cheng Yi also nodded. Why don't you guys go to bed early? Tomorrow, you have to go to school or catch a plane. Can you get up? Lin Yi looked at the four people who were chatting happily. Sleep, sleep soon. Meng Yao looked at her watch and realized that it was already very late. When the freshman party ended, it was already 9 o'clock at night. After dinner, it was already 11 o'clock, and now it was 12 o'clock. If they didn't sleep now, they really wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. So, the four of them packed up and went upstairs. Lin Yi, on the other hand, returned to his room and continued to consolidate the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. There were too many things to do these few days. Lin Yi wanted to find a chance to practice the fourth form of the Frenzy Fist. Now that Lin Yi was already at the peak of the early phase of Earth class, other than the fourth form of the Frenzy Fist, would he be able to use the fifth and sixth forms? Lin Yi was very looking forward to it. It was just that he didn't have the time to think about it. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Yi activated the second stage of the art of dragon mastery. His strength at the peak of the early phase of Earth class was basically stabilized. This time, there weren't too many accidents for Lin Yi to break through. After all, Lin Yi was about to break through. He just lacked the opportunity to break through the limit, and this opportunity happened to appear during the battle. But what made Lin Yi happy was that this opportunity came at the end of the battle, the deciding moment of victory or defeat. If it had appeared before, then Lin Yi would be in danger. With the Earth-class black-clothed man glaring at him, how could he break through in peace? Perhaps this group of people would all be finished. Thinking about it, Lin Yi felt a lingering fear. However, through this battle, Lin Yi actually discovered that he had an advantage. What he lacked in strength, he could use martial arts to make up for it. For example, he was only an early phase of Earth class, but with the unique martial arts, he didn't show any weakness when facing the black-clothed man of the mid-phase. His first form of the Frenzy Fist was actually equivalent to the second form of the black-clothed man's Ice Snowthorn. In other words, as long as Lin Yi's stamina was full every time, he could still fight above his level. This discovery made Lin Yi both surprised and happy. He originally thought that the advantage he had when he was in the Mystic class no longer existed, but he didn't expect that through Falbert's martial arts, he had regained his initial advantage. The fourth form of the Frenzy Fist was already enough to completely crush a mid-phase Earth class. In other words, if the opponent was only one level lower, Lin Yi could easily crush them. As long as he used the fourth form of the Frenzy Fist from the start, the opponent wouldn't be able to handle it. However, what would it be like facing a peak mid-phase Earth class now? He hoped that he could use the fifth and sixth forms of the Frenzy Fist. That way, Lin Yi would be able to fight against a peak mid-phase Earth class. Actually, what Lin Yi didn't know was that he could now fight above his level because of the Frenzy Fist. Although the Frenzy Fist was considered a top-notch martial art, it also depended on the user. Lin Yi had the support martial art that he took out from the cave, which allowed him to display every form of the Frenzy Fist to the fullest. Just like the person who created this martial art, he could understand the essence of each form, but it was different for others. Although the martial art was powerful, everyone's understanding would more or less deviate. No one could be like Lin Yi, using the Frenzy Fist as if it was his own creation. The black-clothed man's Ice Snow Thorn wasn't weak either. It was just that he was too weak. His mental cultivation wasn't that great to begin with, so the martial arts effect couldn't be fully displayed. Plus, his understanding wasn't that thorough, so every form was weaker than Lin Yi's. Chapter 2009. Chapter 2022. Replacement, but there was no way to argue about this sort of thing. Lin Yi's advantage was like Zhang Naipeo's. It all came from his practitioner's speciality. His talent wasn't that great either. It was just a coincidence. Upstairs, Meng Yao and Yushu were showering together. Yao Yao, do you think that Wang Xinyan can become Shield Bro's main wife? Yushu asked. How would I know? Meng Yao shook her head. Wouldn't she bully us if she became the main wife? Yao Yao, we have to think of something. Yushu said worriedly. Then what do you think we should do? Meng Yao frowned. The problem now is that Lin Yi doesn't have Tang Yin in his heart anymore, and the reason he got together with Xiao Xiao was because he felt sorry for her. And after some time, Xiao Xiao allowed him to find other women. Lin, he doesn't feel any guilt at all. So what can we do about it? Even if we stop him from being with Wang Xinyan, he'll still be with someone else. Plus, can we really stop him? We didn't stop Tang Yin back then, right? That. Yushu thought about it. That's true, but there's a lot of candidates. I think Han Jingjing and Shirhan Sis are good as well. Even Yi Sis is fine. She's a star after all, and she's older than us. She could be a big sister. Han Jingjing? She doesn't have much of a mind. She's a little dumb, but Wang Xinyan's a good person too. She doesn't fight for things. She's a quiet girl. Meng Yao said, as for the two-star sisters, I think we should just forget about them. Why would they share their love with someone else? We were just joking before. There's no way they'll really move in. That's true. Yushu nodded. They were being too paranoid. We're worrying too much. We're still in Lin Yi's hands. We're just here to help, as long as we don't let Yin Yin down. Meng Yao felt a little conflicted as she said those words. Sometimes, Meng Yao wondered if she wanted to replace Tang Yun's position. Plus, Tang Yun's words had hinted at the same thing before they parted, but Meng Yao still felt that it'd be a little too much if she were to replace Tang Yun. It was like taking advantage of others when they were in a precarious situation. Therefore, a thin-skinned person like Eldest Miss would never do such a thing. It was a quiet night. Lin, he had nothing to say. Miss, Shu, Su Shirhan, and Cheng Yi all had dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't sleep well after talking all night. However, Cheng Yi's relationship with Missy and Shu was much better. What time is your flight? If there's nothing else, I won't send you off. Lin Yi said, I still have to go to school today. You don't need to send us off. Brother Feng will pick us up later. Cheng Yi said, seeing how powerful you are, those robbers probably won't dare to come again. Yeah, there hasn't been any movement for the past 2 days. Obviously, they've given up. Shirhan nodded. By the way, what happened yesterday? Lin Yi asked while eating breakfast. Yesterday, after you saw the woman in the black trench coat, your headache acted up? Yeah, I came back last night and kept talking about other topics. If Lin Yi didn't remind me, I really would have forgotten to ask. Missy nodded. Shirhan Sis, what happened yesterday? It's nothing. Actually, my headache. Lin Yi was right. It should be caused by some trauma in my childhood. Shirhan smiled bitterly. But these things I don't want to mention, and I haven't told anyone. So what happened yesterday should be a coincidence, Lin Yi nodded. He had checked Shirhan's headache before, and he knew that Shirhan wasn't sick. It was a psychological problem that caused symptoms similar to neurosis. But even Lin didn't know the specific reason. So how could outsiders know? Yeah, I was also very puzzled about what happened yesterday. Even I, as Sister Han's best friend, only knew that Sister Han had some trauma in her childhood that would cause headaches, but I didn't know it was because of a woman in black. Cheng Yi nodded. It seems that what happened yesterday was really a coincidence. Although Lin Yi felt that what happened yesterday shouldn't be a coincidence. After all, the appearance of the woman in black was too sudden, and it happened to appear during Shirhan's performance. Not only that, but the most important thing was that this person was an actress. Until the end of the freshman party, he didn't see her wearing this kind of costume again. So this made Lin Yi feel very strange. It seemed that this person just wanted to appear at that time. However, Shirhan also said that it was a trauma in her childhood. It was a secret. She didn't even tell Cheng Yi about it. Cheng Yi only knew the general situation, and Lin Yi as a doctor also didn't know. How did that Zhang Duo Pan know about it? However, this matter could only be a mystery, and Lin Yi didn't want to delve into it. After breakfast, Feng Sanwang drove the MPV over, bringing Su Shirhan and Cheng Yi to the airport. The matter here had also come to an end. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao were waiting at the door early in the morning. It was probably because of what happened last night, and they were afraid that Lin Yi would forget about them again. You guys don't need to wait like this. When it's time to leave, I will call you guys. Lin Yi looked at the pitiful siblings and felt a little embarrassed. Who would have thought that they were actually rich people who lived in a villa and drove a BMW? People who didn't know even thought that these two couldn't afford to take the public bus, so they waited here. In fact, Lin Yi was also very strange. However, with Han Jingjing's IQ, Lin, he didn't want to ask anymore. If he didn't get the answer after asking again and again, when the time comes, it would attract Han Jingjing's question, and that would be looking for trouble. Fastest text update. No ads // in the school. After Lin, he said goodbye to Miss and the others. He walked towards the direction of the biology department with Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, was still playing with her tablet as if she was addicted to it. It was fine walking on the main road, but when she walked on the small road, she accidentally stepped on the edge of the manhole cover. As a result, her body moved forward, and she was about to fall down. Han Jingjing subconsciously let out a scream. Lin, he was a little speechless, but he couldn't let Han Jingjing fall down like that. Let's not talk about whether the tablet would break or not. Even Han Jingjing herself would fall hard enough. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 2010. Chapter 2023. Notes 2. Therefore, Lin Yi hurriedly held onto Han Jingjing, and Han Jingjing fell into Lin Yi's arms. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the two of them were hugging. TSK, you haven't even settled one, and now you're dealing with another. Aren't you tired, Huang? A sour voice sounded behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and found that it was Yu Coiling Tiger. What does it have to do with you? Second young master Yu. Don't tell me your skin is itchy and you want to get beaten up again? Lin Yi looked at Yu Coiling Tiger coldly. Yu Coiling Tiger actually took a fancy to Han Jingjing and wanted to chase after her to have some fun. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would beat him to it, so he was naturally unhappy. Therefore, when they met here, he said such a sentence in a lukewarm tone. Lin Yi, in Boss Bai's class, you don't have to threaten me. Who's afraid of who? If you want to be expelled, then beat me up. Yu Coiling Tiger looked at Lin Yi with disdain, as if a dead pig wasn't afraid of boiling water. What happened in Boss Bai's class? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Maybe there was something he didn't know. You don't know. Yu Coiling Tiger was also stunned, but he quickly explained, studying here, no matter which family or sect you come from, you have to coil up if you're a dragon, and you have to lie down if you're a tiger. If you make a fuss here, then you'll be expelled. After saying that, Yu Coiling Tiger looked at Lin Yi proudly, meaning that you don't dare to do anything to me this time, right? Although I can't beat you, I can make you sick. Oh, so that's why you're called Yu Coiling Tiger. Han Jingjing nodded and said, what does this have to do with my name? Yu Coiling Tiger's face darkened and said, I'm just reminding you not to violate the rules. Don't think that you have any privileges because you're an alchemist. Who is an alchemist? You have to listen to Boss Bai here. Ah, big brother Lin Yi, why did he say that you're an alchemist? Are you an alchemist? Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi in surprise and asked. Of course he's an alchemist, and he's very powerful. If you want to learn alchemy, you can ask him and let him teach you. Right Pawn who didn't mind causing some trouble for Lin Yi. Big brother Lin Yi, then why did you say that you don't know alchemy? Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi strangely. Since Right Coiling Tiger is so enthusiastic, then you can teach her alchemy. With that, Lin Yi pointed at Right Coiling Tiger and said, he is an alchemist, you can ask him. Ah, Right Coiling Tiger, can you teach me alchemy? Han Jingjing turned her head and looked at Right Coiling Tiger. Right Coiling Tiger originally wanted to explore Lin Yi's background to see if he was an alchemist and how powerful he was. That was why he asked Han Jingjing to ask Lin Yi, but he didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. Haha, our Yu family's alchemy can only be passed on to the people of the Yu family. It can't be passed on casually, Right Coiling Tiger said with a laugh. On the other hand, Lin Yi, you seem to be a rogue cultivator. You don't have so many rules, right? Quickly teach her your alchemy skills. If you want to pick up others, you have to pay a little price. Before Right Coiling Tiger saw Lin Yi buy a broken medicine cauldron, he began to doubt whether Lin Yi knew alchemy or not. Which alchemist would buy that kind of trash? At this moment, he also wanted to see if Lin Yi knew alchemy. I don't know alchemy, said Lin Yi faintly. Right Coiling Tiger didn't expect Lin Yi to answer so straightforwardly. This made him even more puzzled. Did Lin Yi know alchemy or not? Yeah, Lenny bro doesn't know how to concoct elixirs in the first place, and we've been studying it. Yupon who, teach us if you know how to concoct elixirs. We're all classmates, don't hide anything. Han Jingjing said. Ahem, I have something to do. I'll leave first. Right Coiling Tiger didn't dare to speak casually. Although a lot of alchemist information was public, the Yu family's control of alchemy fire came from the Heavenly Elixir sect. It was improved. Right Coiling Tiger was afraid that he would make mistakes if he said too much, so he left first. Brother Lin, why is he like this? He has good things, but he doesn't share them with others. He's really bad. Han Jingjing looked at the back of Right Coiling Tiger and said unhappily, Do you really want to learn alchemy? Lin looked at Han Jingjing and felt more and more incredulous. Previously, Linny thought that she was curious and would lose interest after a few days. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Now, Han Jingjing couldn't use alchemy. She's simply possessed. Her analysis and research on alchemy have become formulaic. Don't use the word interested to describe her. Brother Linny, why do you ask? Han Jingjing said, I have been studying alchemy. How can this be fake? Linny nodded. He could see that Han Jingjing seemed to have a special fondness for alchemy. Have you been in contact with alchemy before? Why do you want to learn alchemy? Actually, I got alchemist notes, so I started to study alchemy. Han Jingjing said with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Linny. I didn't know you very well before, so I didn't dare to tell you. I was afraid that you would take away my notes, but now I found out that you are a good person, so I won't hide it from you. Alchemist notes? Lin, he was shocked. You actually have such a thing? Where did you get it? The antique market, Han Jingjing said, but I have already scanned it into a picture and put it on the tablet. I will show it to you. Okay. Lin, he didn't expect Han Jingjing to actually buy the alchemist's notes. This kind of thing could actually be bought, which made Lin feel a little incredible. Han Jingjing quickly found the scanned version of the alchemist's notes on the tablet, then handed it to Lin and said, Brother Lin, it's here. Take a look. You can study it with me. Lin took the tablet and looked at it carefully in his hand. Although this Han Jingjing looked silly, she didn't seem to be very stupid. At least before, she wasn't familiar with him, so she didn't tell him about the alchemist's notes. Now, as the relationship between the two became better, Han Jingjing took out the notes. However, what made Linny feel strange was that there were only some records of the temperature control skills of the alchemy fire during alchemy and the pharmacological reactions between various medicinal materials. In other words, there was no mention of how to condense the alchemy fire from beginning to end. There were only these technical things. What are those things you wrote on the tablet? Linny asked. Lin, he had always been curious. Yesterday, Han Jingjing said that it was scientific alchemy, but he didn't quite understand what she meant. He didn't know what those formulas represented. Chapter 2011. Chapter 2024. Being followed again, there's the temperature and fire control for all sorts of pills, as well as the changes of the ingredients in the cauldron at all times. But the senses, spirit, sixth sense, and whatnot are all too fantastical. I don't think I can control them at all, and so I put all these methods and techniques into precise mathematical, physical, and chemical formulae. That way, when I can condense a refinement flame, I'll be able to make pills according to the formula, and I won't have to use my hands to feel the temperature or the changes of the ingredients. Han Jingjing said, That's a really crazy idea. Linny had heard from Han Jingjing before that she wanted to make a combination of modern and ancient methods, but after her detailed explanation, Lin realized just how crazy her idea was. Even the ancient sects wouldn't have thought of using scientific methods like this, let alone Lin He didn't think that Han Jingjing would be so creative as to start researching this, whether she could succeed or not. Just this idea alone was more amazing than anyone else. Are you complimenting me, Linny bro? Han Jingjing was pleasantly surprised, but then a little depressed. I'm actually very stupid. I've been researching this for so long, and I still haven't figured out how to condense a refinement flame. It's not even on the internet, and I can't even buy a book on it. Condensing a refinement flame? I'll help you think of something. Lin said hesitantly. He didn't directly say that he had the incantation for condensing the refinement fire. That would be too fake. It would be as if he was exchanging the incantation for the refinement fire, just because Han Jingjing showed him the notes. It would seem a little snobbish. And so he decided to tell Han Jingjing about it later. That way it wouldn't be too sudden. All right. Thank you, Linny bro. Han Jingjing didn't seem to suspect anything at all as she walked into the classroom with Lin Yi. Lin Yi sat next to Xin Yan after entering the classroom, and Han Jingjing sat in the seat behind him obediently. She didn't fight to sit next to Lin Yi either. Brother Lin, you're here? The results of the freshmen's evening party are out. Our class won first place in the singing program. Bai Weituo said excitedly when he saw Lin. The results are out so soon? Lin Yi was a little surprised. Actually, it came out last night, but it was only announced this morning. Bai Weituo said, first place. This is the first time in the history of our medical profession has won an award. Moreover, it's amazing. But if Zhang Duopan wants to go back on his word, there's nothing we can do about it, Lin Yi said. Yeah, that brat is too wicked. He was the one who invited the celebrity first, yet he still said those words. He's really bad, Bai Weituo said helplessly, but it's also good. Letting Meiwei see his face clearly and avoid contact with him in the future. Quiet down. Class is about to begin. Boss Bai knocked on the door frame of the teacher's room and strode into the classroom. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Bai Weituo was so scared that he hurried back to his seat. Boss Bai was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He nodded and walked to the podium. Everyone did well in yesterday's freshmen's evening party. I would like to commend you. It's been many years since our medical profession won an award in the freshmen's evening party. Even the art festival and the sports meet didn't have anything to do with our class. But a miracle happened because of you. I hope this is a good start. Everyone keep up the good work and strive to get a good ranking in other activities so that Boss Bai, can be proud. Sai, how is that possible? This time it's because of the superstar. Yeah, without the superstar's help, our class can't do it. Quiet down. I don't think everyone is very enthusiastic. But there's one thing I forgot to tell you. You won first place in the singing program of the freshmen's evening party. I'm going to reward each of you with 2 credits. In the future, if you get a good ranking in other activities, you will also be rewarded according to your ranking. If you don't want to continue asking for the reward, then forget I said anything. Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, of course, why not? We'll definitely win next time. That's right. Under the leadership of the class monitor, we must win. 2 credits. We can graduate in advance if we have enough credits. Even the expressionless right coiling tiger was overjoyed when he heard that there was a reward of 2 credits. If he could graduate in advance from Boss Bai's hands, it would also be an honor. In the future, he would become an elder in the family. It would also leave a heavy mark on his qualifications. He was a little glad that he participated in the freshmen's evening party this time. If he didn't go on stage, Boss Bai would probably leave him behind when he rewarded the credits. Okay, that's all. Now, let's continue the class. In this class, we will continue to talk about the pharmacology of some common herbs. As Boss Bai spoke, he opened the textbook and began to teach. Han Jingjing, who had been writing and drawing, also put down the tablet in her hands at this moment and listened attentively to Boss Bai's lecture. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. When the class was over, Boss Bai gestured to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, come with me. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. He wasn't surprised. Boss Bai had said before that after the freshman's evening party, he would go to him and teach him some unexpected knowledge. Right coiling tiger looked at Lin Yi with some envy and jealousy. Although he didn't know why Boss Bai was looking for Lin Yi, this kind of obvious personal friendship made Right Coiling Tiger want to swap places with Lin Yi. He had been looking for opportunities to please Boss Bai, but there was no suitable one. Thinking of this, Right Coiling Tiger got up and followed Lin Yi and Boss Bai out of the classroom. Sometimes, opportunities were created by oneself, so Right Coiling Tiger planned to try his luck. Lin Yi followed Boss Bai out of the classroom and walked in the direction of the faculty building of the biology department. However, as soon as he left the teaching building, Lin Yi felt that someone was following him. This was an intuition, and it had nothing to do with the jade pendant. Because the person following him had no malicious intentions, the jade pendant didn't give any warning. Right, Coiling Tiger? Lin Yi frowned and found that the person following him in the crowd was actually Right Coiling Tiger. Boss Bai, someone is following us. It's Right Coiling Tiger, said Lin Yi. Oh, Right Coiling Tiger? Boss Bai looked back and said, don't worry about him. Oh. Since Boss Bai said that he didn't need to worry about him, Lin Yi naturally didn't do anything and followed Boss Bai into the faculty building of the biology department. Chapter 2012. Chapter 2025, he was deaf. Right Coiling Tiger followed him sneakily. Lin Yi found it funny that Tiger Right thought that nobody had noticed him. When he entered Boss Bai's office, he intentionally left the door half closed. After lingering at the door for a while, Tiger Right came over. Right Coiling Tiger was overjoyed. The door wasn't closed, and he wanted to pretend to enter by chance to join in the fun. However, Lin Yi pushed the door shut with a bang. The metal door directly hit Right Coiling Tiger's nose. Right Coiling Tiger's nose started to bleed. Right Coiling Tiger let out a shrill scream. Lily, what was that sound? White Boss also heard Tiger Yu scream, but he didn't see him outside the door. I don't know. Maybe I caught a mouse when I closed the door, Lin Yi said. There are rats here? It seems that I have to buy some rat poison tomorrow. Don't take my medicinal materials. Boss Bai nodded and said, Boss Bai, you're looking for me. Lin Yi asked hesitantly. You have a seat first. Boss Bai, however, invited Lin Yi to sit down unhurriedly. Then he poured out some tea leaves from a small iron pot. These are the tea leaves that I grew myself. Have a taste. Well, Boss Bai, you didn't invite me here just for tea, did you? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, I don't know much about the tea ceremony, and I don't drink this stuff. My old man grows it too, but we usually use it to cook tea, eggs, poo. Boss Bai made a cup of tea for himself and Lin Yi respectively. Picking up his own cup, he savored the fragrance of the tea. However, he was so shocked by Lin Yi's words that he spat out all the tea in his mouth. Lil, this tea is worth tens of thousands of yuan a tael in the market, and I added some other elements when I planted it, so it's worth more than tens of thousands. You're actually using it to cook tea eggs? So, don't waste it on me. Lin Yi shrugged and said, Boss Bai, let's get down to business, shall we? All right. Boss Bai put down the teacup and said, although everyone in your class is my student, students are different. Among these students, I was going to find a talented student to teach him some special medical knowledge. But you and I are destined to meet each other, and you saved my life, so at this point, Boss Bai paused. He squinted at Lin Yi, waiting for his answer. Boss Bai, if you have something to say, just say it. I can't guess it if you are so secretive. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. You look like you're not willing to learn. You have to know that the right Coiling Tiger and whatnot is something that people would rack their brains to learn, but there's no chance. Boss Bai said. At the door, the right Coiling Tiger was listening to the intermittent conversation between Lin Yi and Boss Bai. When he heard that Boss Bai was going to teach Lin Yi some special medical knowledge, he was very envious and secretly cursed Lin Yi for being so lucky. Why was he valued by Boss Bai? Moreover, from Lin Yi's tone, it seemed that he was not interested and didn't want to learn. The right Coiling Tiger almost pushed the door open and went in, yelling, if you don't want to learn, then give the opportunity to me. You won't agree even if you keep nagging. So what if I beg you to learn? However, from what Boss Bai said, it seemed that he wanted to beg Lin Yi to learn, or else why would he use him as an example? Moreover, it seemed that Boss Bai said that Lin Yi was his life savior. When did Lin Yi save his life? This series of questions made the right Coiling Tiger's ear stick even tighter. However, after that, there was no sound in the room, which made the right Coiling Tiger a little confused. Could it be that the two were secretly whispering to each other? Therefore, the right Coiling Tiger's ear stuck even tighter. As a result, just when he wanted to listen more carefully, there was a sudden loud noise in his ear. Boom! It almost pierced the right Coiling Tiger's eardrum. and he let out a scream, "Aw." Lenny knew that Boss Spy was going to tell him something confidential, so he deliberately smiled bitterly to stall for some time. Then he quickly kicked the iron door of the office, and tragedy struck the right coiling tiger. The right coiling tiger was shaken to the ground and covered his ears. His eyes were full of little stars, twinkling. He was so dizzy that he didn't know which way to go. "Lily, why did you kick my door?" Boss Spy smacked his lips. "Although the door is iron, it's easy to break if you kick it like that. You know." He walked back after kicking the door. "There's a big mouse outside the door, and it always wants to eavesdrop." "Huh, it's okay. It doesn't matter if he hears it." Boss Spy waved his hand, because the things he wanted to teach Lin, the right coiling tiger also knew there was no need to hide anything. Even if the right coiling tiger heard it, it didn't matter. Of course, as for those key things, Boss Spy organized them into books, and the right coiling tiger couldn't see them even if he wanted to. "It doesn't matter?" He was slightly stunned, and he was a little puzzled. Why didn't he hide it from the right coiling tiger? Could it be that the right coiling tiger and Boss Spy had a very good relationship? Okay, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Have you ever heard of alchemy?" Boss Spy's eyes suddenly narrowed. Alchemy?" Lin Yi's eyes widened, and he looked at Boss Spy in disbelief. Why did he only hear alchemy these days? Han Jingjing alchemy, the right coiling tiger alchemy, and Boss Spy alchemy too. Was alchemy popular now? How is it? You don't understand the true meaning of alchemy, do you? Boss Spy said, "The so-called alchemy here is not the ordinary mixing of several medicinal materials and then condensing them into pills, I know. You're talking about the alchemists who use alchemy fire to temper medicinal materials and condense them into pills," said Lin Yi. You know, Boss Spy was a little surprised after hearing Lin Yi's words. "You've also heard of alchemists. Isn't the right coiling tiger an alchemist? So you said that you wouldn't hide it from him. So it's about alchemists," said Lin Yi in realization. "Yes, the right coiling tiger is a first-level yellow-level alchemist, but he's already close to the second level. He's a good seedling, but I don't really like this person's character." Boss Spy nodded and said, "This kid has some skills." Lin Yi frowned and was a little shocked. He didn't expect Boss Spy to praise the right coiling tiger so much. But to be honest, if the right coiling tiger was really a first-level yellow-level alchemist that was close to the second level, then even if he wasn't the head of the Yu family, it was enough for him to have a very important position in the Yu family. No wonder there were so many masters around him. But I didn't expect that you actually know about alchemists. Then, did you apply for medicine this time because you heard about it?" Boss Spy looked at Lin Yi with some doubt. Chapter 2013. Chapter 2026. True Identity, True Identity. Then he shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. You don't even know me, and you don't even want to learn when I want to teach you alchemy. I don't think you came because of my reputation. Teach me alchemy? I want to learn." Lin Yi quickly nodded. "Ahem. Can you change your face faster?" Boss Spy was a bit speechless. "You didn't look interested before, did you?" I didn't know you were going to teach me alchemy. If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have to wait until the end of the freshman party. I would have come to learn already." Lin Yi was very excited at this moment. When Boss Spy said he would teach him alchemy, Lin Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. For a long time, alchemy had been one of Lin Yi's biggest worries. Although it seemed that Lin Yi didn't study alchemy. In fact, it was not that Lin Yi didn't want to study alchemy, but that he couldn't. Alchemy fire could be condensed, but once the intensity and temperature of the alchemy fire were changed, the alchemy fire would be extinguished. Therefore, it was not that Lin Yi didn't want to study alchemy, but he had no way at all. He could only wait for an opportunity to learn alchemy. There was no hope from Yu Coiling Tiger, so Lin Yi had to find a new way. However, he didn't expect that sometimes things that he couldn't find even after searching for so long could be found without any effort. This Boss Spy was actually an alchemist? Lin Yi really wanted to cry. He was so lucky that the person he saved was an alchemist, and he almost missed such a good opportunity. If he didn't accidentally apply for Donghai Industry University and accidentally become Boss Spy's student, it would be very difficult to meet Boss Bai again. I thought you were not interested in anything. You were so arrogant before, and now you are begging me, right? Boss Bai heard Lin Yi's words and felt very happy. Haha, I said you would become mine sooner or later. How about now? Yes, I was originally your student. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Now that he was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. Haha, are you begging me? If you beg me, I'll teach you. Boss Bai crossed his legs and picked up the teacup in front of him. Smelling the fragrance of the tea, he sipped the tea leisurely and looked at Lin Yi with a vague smile. Well, Boss Bai, please. Lin Yi felt disgusted. This Boss Bai had a lot of bad interests. However, for Xiao Xiao, Lin Yi would even kowtow to him, not to mention begging. Moreover, since ancient times, a teacher was like a father. It was not inappropriate for Lin Yi to bow to his teacher. Why are you so quiet? I didn't hear you. You don't want to learn? Fine, you can go back. Come back when you have made up your mind. Boss Bai said. Lin Yi did not know what to say, but he still said aloud, I want to learn, Boss Bai. Please recruit me. Haha, see, I knew it. Boss Bai laughed. In that case, I'll reluctantly teach you some knowledge outside of the classroom. Thank you, Boss Bai. Lin Yi said quickly. No need to thank me, but the foundation of an alchemist must be a swordsman. Do you know what a swordsman is? Boss Bai waved his hand, his face returned to normal, and asked seriously. I know. Lin Yi nodded, but he suddenly had some doubts. When Lin Yi treated Boss Bai before, he felt that Boss Bai was not a swordsman, and his meridians were broken and blocked, which was impossible. Could it be that Boss Bai was a swordsman? But Lin Yi had never heard that a swordsman could make alchemy. Then Boss Bai. Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at Boss Bai strangely. Boss Bai, are you a swordsman? No. Boss Bai shook his head. Then do you know alchemy? Lin Yi was a little confused by Boss Bai's straightforward answer. No. Boss Bai still shook his head. Then you. Aren't you teaching me alchemy? Lin Yi looked at Boss Bai and asked with some surprise and doubt. It's alchemy. Boss Bai said, I haven't finished yet. I'm not a swordsman now, nor am I an alchemist, but I used to be one. How did this song come about? I haven't been an alchemist for many years. Lin Yi was a little speechless. This old man looked quite funny. However, he used to be an alchemist, but not now, so there was no problem in teaching. Just like Faubert, although he could no longer use the frenzied fire fist, he could still guide Lin Yi to activate and practice it. What? You don't believe me? Boss Bai saw Lin Yi's disappointed eyes and stared at him. Did you see that? That coiling tiger, right? And the others are also from an alchemy family. How difficult is it for them to learn something from me? Of course not. It's just strange. You were an alchemist back then, and you looked like you were really strong. How did you get your meridians broken? Or maybe it's blocked. You look so pitiful. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Who said that I was beaten by someone? I was possessed when I was refining alchemy, and the medicine cauldron exploded. Boss Bai glared and said, if I wasn't injured by the explosion with my alchemy ability, I wouldn't be an ordinary lecturer here. Back then, those ancient sects and ancient families begged Grandpa to ask me to refine alchemy, but I didn't pay attention to them. SSSS. Lin Yi took in a cold breath after hearing Boss Bai's words. This guy used to be a top-level elixir refiner? Moreover, he seemed to be a very awesome one. No wonder Coiling Tiger Right and the others didn't dare to be rash in front of him, and he even said some strange things to him in the morning. It turned out that Boss Bai was really an awesome person. How is it? Scared, right? Since you know about them, then you must know about the hidden houses, and ancient sects. Boss Bai looked at Lin Yi proudly. Got it. Lin Yi took a deep breath. Boss Bai, I didn't know that you were such a legendary person. Legendary? That's all in the past. Haha, I'm a useless person now. I can teach disciples, but I can't refine elixirs anymore. Boss Bai shook his head in self-mockery. I, Zhang Liju, can't end with my generation. So, I found 2 disciples, and one of them is you. What? Zhang Liju. Ahem. Lin Yi almost choked to death. The miracle Dr. Zhang Liju? You've heard of his name? You come from a medical family, so it's not surprising that you know this person. Chapter 2014. Boss Bai nodded. That's right. I'm Zhang Liju's disciple. But back then, my Shifu only left behind an incomplete elixir refiner's notes, and he didn't even pass on the refiner's fire to me before he died. I only became a master elixir refiner with my talent, and it actually doesn't have much to do with being Zhang Liju's disciple. It's just that my name is a bit scary. Lin, he didn't understand. Your Shifu died right after he passed you a refiner's notes? Yeah, he went crazy during elixir refinery and died from the explosion of the cauldron. But I was luckier than him, and my medical skills were better than his, so I survived. When he met me, his medical skills weren't good enough, so he died. Boss Bai said. Lin, he was a bit speechless. Chapter 2027, Dream, but he could vaguely tell that Zhang Liju's sect didn't have many inheritances left. These elixirs were passed down from generation to generation, and Boss Bai's situation wasn't uncommon. The previous generation died, and the next generation didn't even have time to take over. As a result, Zhang Liju left behind fewer and fewer essences, and most of them had to rely on their own research. But Boss Bai's title as Zhang Liju's disciple really shocked Lin. He had been Zhang Liju's disciple for many generations, and if he was Zhang Liju's disciple, wouldn't that make him Boss Bai's master? Of course, Lin, he was just thinking about it. After all, he only got some of Zhang Liju's belongings, and he wasn't really Zhang Liju's disciple. So, he didn't have any mental burden to become Boss Bai's disciple, and it was more like returning to his roots. Don't worry, as long as you don't try to cross levels and make those insane elixirs, you won't die. Boss Bai saw Lin Yi's shocked expression and thought that Lin Yi was scared, so he quickly explained, Our elixir refinery has reached a bottleneck. Chapter 2027. Dream IVE always wanted to make a breakthrough and refine a higher grade of elixir. I couldn't control the elixir fire as I wished, so the cauldron exploded. If you were only refining ordinary elixirs, there wouldn't be any danger. At most, you would fail, but you wouldn't be injured. Lin, he shook his head. Boss Bai obviously misunderstood him. Moreover, why would Lin Yi be afraid of getting hurt? Even if the medicine cauldron exploded and injured Lin Yi had the space of the jade pendant. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he was not killed by the explosion, he would be able to recover as long as he was still breathing. Also, according to Boss Bai, they had been passed down from generation to generation, which meant that even if the furnace exploded during alchemy, he would not die immediately. At least, he could survive for a while and make funeral arrangements. Therefore, when Lin Yi had the time to make funeral arrangements, he had already returned to normal. No, I'm not worried about that. I'm just shocked. Lin Yi said, If I guess correctly, the information you got should be good, and you became an alchemist grandmaster through your own exploration. How awesome is that? That's true. Boss Bai nodded and said, Before my master died, he passed on his knowledge to two people. One is me, and the other may not be talented enough, so he disappeared after getting the secret book. However, my master was also desperate. He was dying, and he couldn't choose a successor. Lin Yi nodded. If it weren't for Boss Bai's talent, he might really have been lost. So, I'm preparing for a rainy day and finding a successor before I die. When I die, it will be too late to find a successor. Boss Bai said, Besides, my master had a lot of knowledge, but he didn't summarize it into a book. The alchemist's notes were organized by his master. Although it was not bad, many of his own theories were not preserved. His master's alchemy skills were actually not as good as his. Well, Lin Yi smiled bitterly. In fact, many sects were like this now. Many mental techniques and martial arts were kept secret, which resulted in a chain reaction if something happened to the person who guarded those mental techniques and martial arts. But I'm smart enough to have organized a book based on his foundation, and it's unique. As long as you thoroughly learn what I know, then there will be no problem to become a top alchemist. Boss Bai said. Really? Lin Yi's eyes widened, and he was very excited. Wasn't this what Lin Yi dreamed of? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? Boss Bai said, Do you not believe in my teaching level, or do you not believe in your own ability? Speaking of ability, if you aren't made for it, then there's nothing I can do. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat at Boss Bai's words. Not made for it. Even with Zhang Liju's notes, he couldn't learn anything from it. Could it be that he really wasn't made for it? Of course, Lin Yi didn't mention anything about Zhang Liju's notes. After all, this was a very important matter, and Lin Yi understood that he was only an Earth class early phase peak. All the hidden house you needed to do was move out and kill him. Even if house you didn't eavesdrop, there was no way Lin Yi would say these things right now. Even if he were to show these things to Boss Bai, he'd have to wait until he was strong enough to do so. Otherwise, it'd be just like the recipe for the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing. Too many people coveted it, and it'd even cause Guan Xin to be kidnapped. Even a normal recipe was like that, let alone Zhang Liju's refiner's notes. There were many lost recipes in there, and Lin Yi couldn't just show them to anyone. As for Boss Bai's injuries and broken meridians, while Lin Yi might have a way to heal him, Lin Yi didn't do it. After all, Boss Bai was simply too famous, so famous that even the ancient sects knew of his existence. If his meridians suddenly healed, wouldn't these people be suspicious? Plus, the damage to Boss Bai's meridians was a little strange. If Lin Yi's guess was correct, not only were his meridians broken, but there was also a lot of refinement fire poison caused by the deviation inside. For something like this, Lin Yi had no confidence in clearing it. The poison of elixir fire was different from the poison of regular true qi. Elixir fire was another form of existence transformed from true qi. Even Lin Yi himself could not control the elixir fire as he wished. How could he get rid of the elixir fire in Boss Bai's body? If he wasn't careful, the refinement fire poison might backfire on him again. That would be the real fire. Target equals _blank. Chapter 2015. So, even if Lin Yi wanted to heal Boss Bai, he had to completely grasp the art of condensing the refinement fire, and he had to have a certain level of strength himself. Otherwise, he would be courting death. After all, the meridians of Chen Tian and the others around Lin Yi could be healed with meridian opening pill or small rejuvenation pill. Even if people suspected it, it could be explained, and the strange phenomenon on Lin Yi's body could be explained with special arts. But if Boss Bai suddenly healed, it would be a big problem. Boss Bai was an alchemist in the first place, and he could definitely get things like meridian opening pill or small rejuvenation pill. If his injuries that he couldn't heal were healed by Lin Yi, it wouldn't be a good thing for Lin Yi right now. Generally, no one would covet mental cultivation techniques. After all, most of the time, those things couldn't be cultivated even if they were snatched away. Many ancient sects and ancient families had top-grade mental cultivation techniques, but the number of people who could cultivate them was very few. Just like the chrysanthemum treasured law and the heaven-defying divine art, such mental cultivation techniques were top-grade existences, but not everyone could cultivate them. This was also why no one coveted Lin Yi's arts. Many people had good things, but they couldn't practice them. Just like House Sun's arts, other than those with the blood of House Sun, no one else could practice it. Lin Yi wasn't afraid that someone would steal his arts, but he was afraid that he wasn't strong enough and would be forced to help others heal. Then, Lin Yi wouldn't have to do anything else. How can you tell if I'm made for alchemists? Lin Yi asked. Let me ask you something. Are you a cultivator? You need to answer truthfully. Boss Bai asked. Yes. Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. It wasn't a secret that he was a cultivator, and many people knew about it. What's your strength? Boss Bai continued to ask. Earth class. Lin Yi only vaguely described his range of strength, but he didn't specify every rank. After all, Tiger Right was at the door, and Lin Yi didn't want him to know his details. Earth class. When Boss Bai heard that Lin Yi was a cultivator, he didn't have the slightest doubt, but when he heard that Lin Yi was an Earth rank master, he showed a shocked expression for the first time. You are an Earth rank master? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Is there anything wrong? Are you sure that you're not a disciple of a hidden family or an ancient sect? Boss Bai looked at Lin E weirdly. No, Lin E said, I'm a loose cultivator. An unaffiliated cultivator can reach the earth rank? Boss Bai shook his head. You are really special. Since I'm a cultivator, I don't need to cultivate the alchemist's auxiliary mental cultivation method. I can just try to condense the alchemy fire. Boss Bai said, this is a book on the refinement of fire. As for the supplementary training methods, you can skip over them. There's no need to read them. You gave it to me just like that? Lin Yi's hands trembled a little. He didn't expect Boss Bai to be so generous and give him such an important thing directly, which surprised him. Yes, you can give it back to me if you don't want it. Boss Bai said, it's not that I don't want it. It's that you are not afraid that I will leak it. Lin Yi felt it was a little unreal. You mean these things? Boss Bai pointed at the information in Lin Yi's hands and said, if you want to leak it, that's up to you. But I guess that even if you show it a coiling tiger right, he won't read it. This is the common mental cultivation method and refinement of fire for alchemy masters. There's nothing special about it. It's a rare thing in the secular world, but I'm afraid that all the hidden families with a little bit of connections will have it. Even the ordinary library of the ancient sects and ancient families have it. This thing is from a street stall? Didn't you conclude it yourself? Lin, he didn't know what to say about Boss Bai's statement. This isn't my conclusion. I already said that before my master died, he didn't pass on the refinement of fire to me. What he gave me was only some alchemy experience, and it was not complete. Boss Bai said, this can also be said to be from a street stall. Even if it's not, it won't be kept a secret. No way. Lin, he looked at the deputy, main mental cultivation method, and refinement of fire in his hands. He was excited for a long time, but it turned out that this thing was so ordinary. Actually, the Yu family's condensing mental cultivation method is also improved on this basis. It should be much better than this. The auxiliary mental cultivation method and the alchemy fire condensing mental cultivation method that Yu coiling tiger cultivates are unique to the Yu family, Boss Bai said. Then why did coiling tiger right come to you? Lin, he asked curiously. He didn't come here to learn these, but the methods of refining various elixirs that I summarized, some skills of alchemy fire control, and some knowledge of pharmacological properties. Boss Bai said, doesn't that mean that coiling tiger right doesn't even want to learn? You want me to learn? Lin, he looked at the information in his hands with a bitter smile and said, don't you have any good secret manuals? No. Boss Bai sighed. Actually, these mental cultivation methods, as long as they are cultivated, it's all the same. It's just a matter of personal habit. The ultimate goal is to transform one's true qi into alchemy fire through a section of the mental cultivation method. The purpose is the same, so I'm familiar with this refinement of fire, and I don't bother to learn other mental cultivation methods. Then haven't you thought about your disciple? Lin, he asked speechlessly. At that time, I was young and impetuous. How could I consider so much? At that time, if I wanted to, it wouldn't be a problem for me to use high-level elixirs to exchange for some of the alchemist's mental cultivation methods and refinement fire condensing mental cultivation methods from the heavenly elixir sect, but I didn't think it was meaningful and useful at that time. Boss Bai shook his head and sighed. Now, I'm afraid they won't give it to me even if I want it, unless I exchange it with my life's experience. But I'm not willing to, so that's how it is. Lenny nodded. Looking at the information in his hands, his heart was cold, and he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If the mental cultivation methods and refinement fire condensing mental cultivation methods were the most basic stuff on the street, then it might not even be as good as the one he got from Zhang Liju's tomb. The one in Zhang Liju's tomb had already made Lin Yi back off, and this probably wouldn't be any better, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little discouraged. All right, go back and try the refinement fire condensing mental cultivation method written here. If you have any problems, come to me anytime. Boss Bai said, I haven't had lunch yet. Hurry up and go eat. I'm going to sleep too. I still have a question. Lin Yi said after some hesitation. Target equals underscore blank. Chapter 2016. What's the problem? Boss Bai asked. By Wei Kai and by Wei Tuo. Can't they become alchemists? Why don't you teach them alchemy? Lin Yi asked. Their aptitude is too poor. They can't even practice auxiliary mental cultivation methods, let alone condense alchemy fire. Boss Bai shook his head. Do you think it's so easy to become an alchemist? The prerequisite is that one must be a cultivator in order to become an alchemist. If one isn't even a cultivator, alchemy is just wishful thinking. I see. Boss Bai's words made Lin Yi's heart sink. Bai Wei Kai and Bai Wei Duo couldn't do it, and Lin Yi wasn't a person with extraordinary aptitude. Although he was called a genius by many people, Lin Yi knew himself best. If it weren't for the fact that he could practice the art of dragon mastery, he would just be an ordinary person. Right Coiling Tiger had been lingering in front of Boss Bai's office and didn't leave. However, after being shocked by Lin Yi, he didn't dare to put his ear too close to the door. He was afraid that Lin Yi would perforate his eardrum again. That would be a tragedy. Therefore, Right Coiling Tiger didn't hear the conversation between Lin Yi and Boss Bai clearly. He only heard that Boss Bai said that he wanted to take Lin Yi as a disciple and pass something to him. Then, he seemed to mention the Right family, but he didn't understand. Looking at the silent iron door, Right Coiling Tiger was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would have put his ear on the door. At least he wouldn't have heard nothing later. Thinking of this, Right Coiling Tiger put his ear on the door again unwillingly, trying to hear some useful information. As a result, when his ear just stuck to the door, the tragedy happened again. The door made a loud dong sound. Right Coiling Tiger shivered in fear. His hair all stood up, and his ears were buzzing. His head swelled, and he saw stars. He was directly shaken to the ground. Lin Yi didn't think that Coiling Tiger was still eavesdropping. He'd only given the door a try before he left, not expecting to see Coiling Tiger sitting on the ground, dizzy from the shock as soon as he pulled the door open. Fuck, Lin Yi, did you fucking do it on purpose? When Right Coiling Tiger saw Lin Yi, he immediately gritted his teeth in anger. On purpose? What do you mean? Lin Yi found it a little funny, but he didn't show it on his face. Why did you kick the door for no reason? Right Panhu said angrily. I kicked the door. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Lin Yi asked curiously. Could it be that you were eavesdropping just now? Who was eavesdropping? I just wanted to knock on the door. I have something to discuss with Boss Bai. Panhu, you naturally wouldn't admit that he wanted to eavesdrop. Oh, I just accidentally tripped and kicked the door. I'm sorry, said Lin Yi. You're lying. You clearly kicked the door just now. Right Coiling Tiger was in a hurry and actually spilled the beans. You kicked the door twice in a row. It was obviously intentional. Just now? How did you know just now? Could it be that you have been eavesdropping at the door? Lin Yi looked at Right Coiling Tiger with a faint smile. Right Coiling Tiger then realized that he had spilled the beans. He was a little embarrassed, but fortunately this guy was thick-skinned. What eavesdropping? I also came to find Boss Bai before, but I saw you inside, so I left first. Now I'm back to see if you left, so I can go find Boss Bai. Oh, then you go in. Boss Bai is going to take a nap. He may not have time to receive you, said Lin Yi. Then, I won't go first. Let's talk about it another day. Right Coiling Tiger estimated that Boss Bai had just passed some good things to Lin Yi today. It definitely wouldn't be in the mood to give him any more benefits. It was better to come again at another time. Moreover, he also wanted to know what the thing in Lin Yi's hand was. Up to you. Lin Yi sneered, but he was too lazy to expose him again. By the way, Lin Yi, what is that thing in your hand? Did Boss Bai give it to you? Right Coiling Tiger pointed at the information in Lin Yi's hand and asked curiously, What are you doing? Lin Yi suddenly withdrew his hand and put the information behind him. He looked at Right Coiling Tiger with a vigilant look. Student Lin, what are you doing? Aren't you too nervous? I was just asking casually. Do you have to be like this? Right Coiling Tiger saw Lin Yi's actions and was even more certain that Lin Yi was holding some good information that Boss Bai had passed to Lin Yi. So he said, Could it be some good treasure? It's just some information that Boss Bai gave me. It's not a good treasure, said Lin Yi lightly. Oh, since it's not a good treasure, how about letting me see it? Right Coiling Tiger asked. No way. Lin Yi directly rejected Right Coiling Tiger's proposal. Boss Bite said that you probably don't want to see this thing. Your you family has a deep foundation. You won't be interested in this. Ha, how can that be? Boss Bai's prestige is quite high, and his ability is also TSK. So, to be able to see the information that Boss Bite gave me is a great honor. Right, Coiling Tiger wasn't trying to flatter Lin Yi. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If he didn't really want to learn from Boss Bai, why would he apply for the biology department of Donghai Industry University and become an ordinary student? If he had the time to make elixirs or have fun, it would be great. Oh, that's still not possible. Lin Yi said firmly. If I say no, then no. There's no room for negotiation? Right, Coiling Tiger asked, unwilling to give up. Do you think I'm stupid? Why should I show it to you? Do you think we have a good relationship? Not only did you scold Wang Xinyan, but you also wanted to kill me in the bowling alley. Do you think I'll show it to you? Lin Yi looked at Right Coiling Tiger as if he was looking at an idiot. You don't have to talk nonsense. Hey, Lin Yi, since you've already fallen out with me, do you think that there's no one left in the Yu family? Even if you're an Earth-class late-phase peak master. So what if you can kill 3 Earth-class masters in a second? You're not a Sky-class master after all. Right Coiling Tiger heard that Lin Yi had fallen out with him and that his soft approach didn't work. Okay, you dare to steal Boss Bai's things? Your Yu family is really something. Lin Yi curled his lips. If that's the case, then just call a Sky-class master to steal it from Boss Bai. Oh, right? Boss Bai isn't a practitioner right now. Just call the yellow hair or purple hair beside you, and they'll be able to take care of him. There's no need for Sky-class master. This, Right Coiling Tiger's mouth twitched twice before he realized who gave the thing to Lin Yi. Stealing Boss Bai's things. Right Coiling Tiger wouldn't dare. Chapter 2017. Just now, Right Coiling Tiger was just threatening Lin Yi, so he didn't think so much. Now that Lin Yi actually dragged Boss Bai into it, how could he snatch it? Although the information was now with Lin Yi, wasn't robbing Lin Yi the same as robbing Boss Bai? Right Coiling Tiger definitely didn't dare to do this kind of thing, unless he didn't want to live anymore. One must know that the people of the Heavenly Elixir sect would sometimes compare some alchemy skills with Boss Bai. Right Coiling Tiger didn't have such guts. What? Are you listless? You just told me in the morning that alchemists and cultivators are all floating clouds in front of Boss Bai. Right Coiling Tiger, you still want to show off with the masters of the right family? Lin Yi looked at Right Coiling Tiger with a sneer. Fuck, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. I was just joking. Right Coiling Tiger waved his hand and snorted. You Lin Yi are not scared. Are you afraid of a few words? I don't believe it. Since you don't believe it, please. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Lin Yi said and strode away with the information. Looking at the back of Lin Yi leaving, Right Coiling Tiger was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Why are you so arrogant? What the hell? Didn't you just accidentally save Boss Bai once? You're so arrogant just because you got some good treasures. However, Right Coiling Tiger was obviously the type to say sour grapes. He looked at Boss Bai's office, hesitated, and still didn't knock on the door. Instead, he turned around and followed Lin Yi out of the faculty building of the biology department. Right Coiling Tiger was a little unwilling. He really wanted to know what the information in Lin Yi's hands was, but Lin Yi was obviously not stupid. He wouldn't let him see it for free. So Right Coiling Tiger was thinking if he could find some benefits to exchange with Lin Yi. After all, the purpose of studying here was actually to learn some knowledge for Boss Bai. Now that Lin Yi got it, it seemed worth it to pay a little price to exchange the information from Lin Yi. But how could he move Lin Yi's heart? He hesitated and decided to discuss it with his family when he had the time. He wanted to see if there was anything he could use to trade with Lin Yi. If that didn't work, he could buy it with money. But he couldn't rob it. If this thing was not given to Lin Yi by Coiling Tiger, Right Coiling Tiger might have really robbed it, but now was definitely not. Lin Yi watched Right Coiling Tiger wander behind him and didn't pay attention to him. Before, Lin Yi deliberately didn't show the information in his hands to Right Coiling Tiger. Although the information was not important, Lin, he wanted to deliberately annoy Right Coiling Tiger. This guy seemed to be eavesdropping, so Lin he didn't mind using what he said in the morning to deal with him. As long as he didn't dare to make trouble in front of Boss Bai, then Lin, he wasn't afraid of him. Even if it was an ordinary street item, Lin, he didn't want to show it to him on purpose. It was just that what Lin, he didn't expect was that Right Coiling Tiger actually regarded the thing in his hands as a treasure and was ready to exchange it with benefits or buy it with money. If Lin he knew about it, he might not know whether to laugh or cry at his own lucky hit. On the way back to the dorm, Lin, he bought a boxed lunch from the cafeteria. It was already past the meal time, but the boxed lunch was still sold until the evening. Back in the dorm, Bai Weitua saw Lin and said, "Brother Lin, my grandpa is looking for you. It's nothing, he gave me some information. Do you want to take a look?" Lin, he said as he waved the thing in his hand. "No, I can't play with those things." It seemed that Bai Weitua already knew what Lin he was holding in his hand. It seemed like he didn't know it all. It was a completely different concept from Right Coiling Tiger. "How is Zhang Duopan? He didn't give you any trouble, right?" asked Lin. "Not really, but last night was really bad. The meal didn't cost much, but in the end, he bought a cup. He was screwed to death." Bai Weitua thought it was funny when he mentioned what happened last night. The funniest thing is, in front of Immerse, this kid was acting like a big shot. He was beaten until his teeth fell into his stomach. Lin smiled as he opened the lunchbox and quickly ate. Zhang Duopan really didn't have the mood to find trouble with Bai Weitua. He had enough troubles on his own side. After trying for a long time, he still didn't have enough money for Cheng Yi's appearance fee. Zhang Duopan had no choice but to call his father, Zhang Fengfeng. "Hello, son, how was it? Was the performance successful? Did you successfully capture your little girlfriend's heart? Did you take her to a hotel room yesterday? If she's pregnant, you must tell me. Your grandpa is waiting for you to carry on the family line." Zhang Fengfeng was a person with a strong concept of carrying on the family line. He believed that there were 3 ways to be unfilial. His father was looking forward to having a great-grandchild. So Zhang Fengfeng waited for Zhang Duopan to go to university before he started thinking about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped his son and invited a celebrity just to chase a girl. "Don't mention it, Dad. She invited Su Shirhan yesterday. I lost." Zhang Duopan smiled bitterly. "My plan to chase a girl is going to be put on hold." "What? Then don't you have to give up on that, Meiwe? Motherfucker, what the hell are you doing? Your grandpa is waiting for you to have a great-grandchild. You don't even have a girlfriend. How am I going to explain this to him?" Zhang Fengfeng said angrily. "Why the fuck did you make a bet? Is it good now?" No. Your son actually relied on his intelligence to successfully turn the situation around. The bet is actually invalid." Zhang Duopan heard his father say this, but in his heart, he secretly thought that this was a good opportunity. If he used it well, then the money would come. So he quickly told Zhang Fengfeng how he turned the situation around yesterday. "Not bad. You're good. Now we're even. What do you plan to do next?" Zhang Fengfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Dad, I'm treating them. I spent quite a lot of money. Who knew that the hotel would scam people? They charged 5,000 yuan for a cup. I swiped my card, but I didn't even have the money to pay Cheng Yi." Zhang Duopan said carefully. "Oh, I've settled the money for Cheng Yi. You don't have to worry about it. You did the right thing by treating them. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to turn the situation around." Zhang Fengfeng didn't blame Zhang Duopan. "But your opponent is very cunning. You have to be careful. Don't worry, Dad. I plan to invite them to the Tiger Park this weekend. I'll take the chance to get closer to Immerse. It's the Tiger Park that Uncle Su opened in Donghai." Zhang Duopan said, "Fan Ganha and I will think of a way to embarrass Bai Weitua. Immerse will look down on him." Target equals _blank. Chapter 2018. "Oh, okay, I'll give your Uncle Sue a call and tell him to get someone to work with you. But the entrance fee can't be waived. You should spend the money yourself. Old Sue and someone else invested in the Tiger Park. He can't just get it to you for free." Zhang Fengfeng said, "It's fine, just work with me." "Thanks, Dad." Zhang Duopan was overjoyed. Not only did this call solve all of his problems, but the trip to the Tiger Park was even more assured now. That's not the main thing. You need to get me a girlfriend and continue the family line. That's the most important thing, got it? Zhang Fengfeng said. Got it. Don't worry, Dad. I'll get it done. Zhang Duopan said with a smile. Everything was done, and Zhang Duopan's face was full of smiles. He'd walked out of the shadow of yesterday's scam. In the afternoon, Lin Yi and Bai Weituo went to the biology building together. He saw a coiling tiger looking at him expectantly as he walked in. Lin Yi smiled and waved the documents in his hand. He grinned at coiling tiger before ignoring him and sitting down next to Wang Xinyan. Fuck, what are you so cocky about? You think you're so great, just because you got Boss Bai's teachings? Coiling tiger cursed, a little pissed off. Just wait until I get home and find a good treasure. You'll trade with me. Mph. Yeah, master you. That Lin Yi kid hasn't seen much of the world. We're a hidden house of house you. Any good treasure is enough to make him drool over it. He'll trade. The yellow hair nodded. Yeah, 2 or 3 more days won't matter. The purple hair said. Lin Yi sat down, and Wang Xinyan looked up at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I heard from Mei Wei that she wants to invite us to the Tiger Park this weekend. Are you free? If not, I'll just reject it. I'm not going either. Why not? It's tiring to go to class every day. It's good to relax on the weekend. Lin Yi smiled. Or do you not want to go with me? I'm not. I'm just worried that Meng Yao and Yushu won't like us going out together. It'll cause you trouble. Xinyan blushed. Then why don't they go together? Lin Yi said. Together. Xinyan didn't know why, but she felt a little disappointed all of a sudden. All right, I'll talk to Mei Wei tonight and have her tell Zhang Duopan. But you talked to Bai Weituo. Mei Wei said she's worried that Zhang Duopan might try something. Yeah, why didn't she say it herself? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Mei Wei, she's not sure if she could be with Bai Weituo, and she's high school friend with Zhang Duopan. Wouldn't she be betraying her old classmate if Zhang Duopan found out about it? Xinyan shook her head. Lin Yi frowned. This Mei Wei was really indecisive, but this was Bai Weituo's business. He couldn't say much, so he said, Okay, I'll tell him. Okay. Xinyan nodded before turning back to her book. Xinyan didn't know if she was playing with fire. Ever since the military training, her relationship with Lin Yi had gotten a lot closer. She didn't know what other people would think if they kept this up, but she knew that she was starting to rely on Lin Yi a little. Every time she went to class and waited for him to sit beside her, she would feel at ease. That they didn't talk much, but Xinyan felt that it was a kind of tacit understanding. But Xinyan's heart sank every time she thought about her engagement. She felt a little uneasy. Xinyan thought that Lin Yi was very strong, but House Kong wasn't the same as before. She heard that House Kong had found a powerful backer, or else family Shao wouldn't be so eager to get married to House Kong, even with the Hidden House Pie's support. Man, Xinyan sighed as she looked back at her textbook. She'd put these headaches aside for now. She'd be happy every day, and at least she was happy and at ease right now. She enjoyed sitting at the same table with Lin Yi, having class together. Lin Yi stopped by Weituo after class, telling him about Zhang Duopan's plan and Mei Wei's message. Mei Wei really told her to tell me? Bai Weituo was very excited after hearing Lin Yi's words. Yes. Lin Yi was speechless. Why was Mei Wei so happy that she didn't tell Bai Weituo herself? Heh, that's great. I still have a slight advantage over Zhang Duopan. Bai Weituo smiled. Lin Yi paused, realizing why Bai Weituo was so happy. He was thinking too much. Mei Wei was different from his girlfriends. Xiao Xiao was the one who took the initiative to chase him, and it was a very purposeful kind. He didn't have any competitors at all, and Xiao Xiao didn't have any feelings for other guys either. That was why he was so critical of Mei Wei's actions. But when he thought about it, Mei Wei and Zhang Duopan were really old classmates, and Bai Weituo joined later. From this point alone, Mei Wei was already very good to Bai Weituo. After school today, Lin Yi didn't let Han Jingjing wait for nothing. He called her to the parking lot, and Han Jingjing was very happy that Lin Yi thought of her. Brother Lin Yi, you finally remembered Jingjing. That's great. Han Jingjing didn't hold the tablet to write or draw, but she talked to Lin Yi. Yesterday's incident. I'm really sorry. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, Lin Yi wouldn't pay so much attention to it. It's nothing. I was caught a cold. Achoo. Han Jingjing sneezed. It wasn't obvious in the morning, but she didn't expect it to get worse and worse after school. You caught a cold? Lin Yi saw Han Jingjing's situation and immediately frowned. He said, take some medicine when you go back. Oh, how about this? I'll go over and help you treat it. I have something important to tell you tonight. Okay. Han Jingjing nodded. Brother Lin Yi, what important matter do you have for Jing Jing? You'll know when you go back, said Lin Yi. Oh, Han Jingjing nodded. The two went to the parking lot, and Lin Yi opened the door and got in with Han Jingjing. They waited quietly for Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Han Xiao Xiao. Chapter 2019. Chapter 2032. Flu treating colds was different from high school. The teacher wouldn't drag the class on, and the class would usually end when it was time. And so, very quickly, Meng Yao, Yu Shu, and Han Jingjing came over. After they got in the car, Lin Yi started the car and headed straight to the College Shang district. The group had a tacit understanding already, so they didn't need to say anything. Back home, Grandma's son was cooking dinner. Lin Yi said to Meng Yao, Yao Yao, I'm going to Han Jingjing's for a bit. I have some things to discuss with her. You guys eat first. No need to wait for me. You're going to Han Jingjing's? Meng Yao paused. Lin Yi didn't seem to be interested in Han Jingjing at all. He'd only brought them some food last night, and he'd come back immediately after that. They hadn't even talked much, so why was he going over to Han Jingjing's place today? Yeah, Han Jingjing wants to learn pill making, so I'm going to discuss it with her. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. You guys know about the 2-year promise I made with Bing Tang, but I haven't made any progress in my pill-making skills. Han Jingjing likes pill making, so it'd be great if she could do it. I see. The miss realized why Lin Yi would go to Han Jingjing on his own accord. This Han Jingjing didn't have a brain, and Lin Yi didn't really like her. Without a reason, Lin Yi wouldn't go visit her. Naturally, the miss wouldn't stop Xiao Xiao. She nodded. Go, don't worry about us. If it's too late, Shu and I will rest first. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and left the villa with the needles. He went to Han Jingjing's villa next door and pressed the doorbell. It hadn't even been a second since Lin Yi pressed the doorbell, and the door opened. Han Jingjing was standing there as if she was waiting for Lin Yi, scaring Lin Yi. You? Why did you open the door so quickly? Lin Yi was a little surprised by Han Jingjing's speed. I've been waiting for you at the door. Han Jingjing said. You pressed the doorbell, so I opened the door. You've been waiting for me here since you got home? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He felt that Han Jingjing's actions couldn't be understood with common sense. Yeah, Han Jingjing nodded and said, I'm afraid that I'll be busy later and won't hear the doorbell. You'll be silly waiting for me at the door. It doesn't feel good to wait for someone. Jing Jing felt terrible yesterday, so I don't want Big Brother Lin Yi to wait too. Okay, thank you. Jing Jing, you're the best. Lin Yi sighed. It had to be said that although Han Jingjing's thinking was a bit weird, Lin Yi was still very touched at the moment. He also felt sorry for leaving Han Jingjing in the parking lot yesterday. Jing Jing is the best. Han Jingjing nodded in agreement. Because Big Brother Lin Yi is good to Jing Jing, Jing Jing is also good to Big Brother Lin Yi. Yesterday, Lin Yi was even more apologetic. Yesterday, Jing Jing knew that Big Brother Lin Yi didn't mean it, so Jing Jing didn't mind, said Han Jingjing. Well, let's cure your cold first. Lin Yi said, then I have something important to tell you. Where's Han Xiao Xiao? He's reading upstairs. Do you have something to talk to him about? Asked Han Jingjing. It's nothing. Lin Yi shook his head. Did he not catch a cold? No, he seems to be fine, said Han Jingjing. That's good. Lin Yi said, you sit on the sofa. I'll help you with acupuncture. Can acupuncture cure a cold? Han Jingjing was a little confused. Don't I need to take medicine? No, acupuncture will do. Lin Yi said, others may not be able to do it, but I can. Oh, that's good. Han Jingjing nodded obediently and sat on the sofa, but she still asked with some worry, Big brother Lin Yi, does acupuncture hurt? It doesn't hurt. As Lin Yi said this, he took out the silver needle and sterilized it with his true energy. He seemed to insert it into Han Jingjing's body casually. In fact, Lin Yi's accuracy couldn't be higher. Okay, don't move. It will be fine in a while. After Lin Yi inserted the needle, he pinched the end of the silver needle and infused a little true energy. It's so hot. Han Jingjing's beautiful forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and her body was also drenched. I think I've gotten some good water. Poof! Lin Yi's hand that was pinching the silver needle shook slightly. A lot of water? Han Jingjing's words were really ambiguous. If it weren't for Han Jingjing's big watery eyes that were full of innocence, Lin Yi would really think that Han Jingjing was on him. However, after Lin Yi heard this, he still had a little reaction. He coughed awkwardly and quickly sat on the sofa on the side. He said, Okay, wait for a while. Oh, okay. Han Jingjing didn't seem to notice the physiological changes in Lin Yi's body. She trusted Lin Yi and nodded. After a while, Lin Yi calmed his heartbeat and put away the silver needle. He didn't expect a girl like Han Jingjing to be very lethal sometimes. Is she very cute now? Okay, you go take a bath. Wash off the sweat on your body. Lin Yi said, I will wait for you here. Are you going to take a bath now? Han Jingjing was slightly stunned. Then you wait for me here. I'm really sorry. Do you want to watch TV? What are you eating tonight? Lin Yi asked. Instant noodles or takeout? Han Jingjing said, What's wrong? Nothing. You take a bath first. I'll go back and take a look. I'll get some food from home. Let's eat together. Lin Yi said, That's fine. Thank you, Lin Yi bro. Han Jingjing said. Lin Yi nodded and left Han Jingjing's villa. He returned to his own villa. Miss and Shu had already finished eating. They were watching TV in the living room. When she saw Lin Yi coming back, Meng Yao asked, Lin Yi, did you talk about the things over there? I left some food for you. It's in the kitchen. It shouldn't be cold yet. You can heat it up and eat it. I haven't talked about it yet. Han Jingjing caught a cold. I just cured her. Lin Yi said, Now that Han Jingjing went to take a bath, I came back to get some food to eat with her. Oh, shield bro, did you touch Han Jingjing as well? Just like that day with Wang Xinyan? Yushu suddenly asked. Sweat. Lin Yi waved the silver needle in his hand and said, This time I have silver needles. I don't need to take off my clothes or touch her. Oh, so you touched Wang Xinyan on purpose last time? Yushu asked. I didn't bring my silver needles last time. Lin Yi said. Chapter 2020. Date, November 1st, NBSB. But you could go back to the room to get it. Yushu said. 1*1*. My needles were contaminated last time, so I can't use them anymore, Lin Yi said. Then you could buy a new one. Yushu said. All right, Shu, if you want Lin Yi to touch you, just say it. No need to find so many excuses. Meng Yao interrupted Yushu. Yao Yao, you're the king of truth, Yushu said, shocked. You're even better than truth, Shu. I've lived with you for so long. How could I not know what you're thinking? Meng Yao curled her lips. But you're only good at talking. Why don't you go push me down if you can? Ugh. Shield bro doesn't like tough, Shu. Yushu said. Lin Yi didn't expect the miss to say something like that, and he sweated. It seemed like Yao Yao, him, and Shu were really familiar with each other. The miss was treating him more and more like a part of the family, not hiding anything in front of him. You guys talk, I'll bring the dishes over. Lin Yi shook his head, admiring Meng Yao for being able to see through Shu with one look. Even Lin Yi felt like he couldn't see through Yushu. Although Yushu said that she liked him, Lin Yi felt that there was something hidden under Yushu's straightforward personality, different from Xiao Xiao's straightforwardness. Perhaps if he and Xiao Xiao stayed together for a long time, something beyond friendship would happen naturally. But with Shu, Lin Yi felt that it wouldn't happen. Even Lin Yi himself didn't know why. Maybe it was because the two of them had been living together for so long, and there really wasn't anything going on. Or maybe it was because of him and Yushu. Although there were small flirtatious moments, there hadn't been a single real flirtatious moment. But there was one thing he was sure of. Yushu seemed to have feelings for him, but it was a strange feeling. It seemed right in front of his eyes, yet far away at the same time. He couldn't figure out Little Shu's thoughts. This girl was sometimes smart and sometimes silly, but to say that she was silly, actually it wasn't that silly. In short, some things were very strange. He brought the food to Han Jingjing's villa. The food in Lin Yi's hands was enough for 3 people. Just now, when Lin Yi left, he didn't lock the door. However, the door was unlocked, so there was no need to press the doorbell this time. After placing the dishes on the dining table, He quietly waited for Han Jingjing to finish showering and come down. Han Jingjing probably just took a shower and didn't spend too much time. Obviously, she didn't want to keep Lin Yi waiting for too long. They didn't bathe for too long. Otherwise, Lin Yi knew how long girls took to bathe. Miss and Shu took a long time to bathe. Big brother Lin Yi, I made you wait for a long time. Han Jingjing changed into a set of pajamas. The loose nightgown revealed her body, and Lin Yi didn't dare to continue looking. This Han Jingjing's body seemed to be quite good. If Lin Yi didn't know Han Jingjing's personality, he would think that Han Jingjing was deliberately seducing him. She had been seducing him ever since she came out of the water. But Lin Yi knew that Han Jingjing's personality was silly. She probably didn't have such thoughts, so Lin Yi could only think that she was familiar with him and didn't guard against him. No, I just came back. Lin Yi said, ask Han Xiaoqiao to come down and have a meal with us. Wow, so much food. Big brother Lin Yi, you're so amazing. You came back and made so much food. Han Jingjing was overjoyed when she saw the food on the table. Yesterday's food was so delicious. Xiaoqiao, and I didn't eat enough. I didn't expect to eat again today. It's much better than the takeout from those restaurants. Oh, Lin Yi didn't explain that he didn't cook today's food, but Grandma Sun's cooking was quite good. Han Jingjing picked up the phone next to the stairs and dialed the intercom in Han Xiaoqiao's room. She asked Han Xiaoqiao to come and eat. Then she ran to Lin Yi's side and sat down. The fragrance of shower gel made Lin Yi feel refreshed. Han Xiaoqiao was obviously the nerd type. He was even more nerdy than Han Jingjing. When he went downstairs, he was still holding a textbook. He walked to the table and put the textbook down. He looked at the food on the table and was a little surprised. Sister, it's so sumptuous. I haven't eaten such a sumptuous meal in a long time. Big brother Lin Yi brought it. Han Jingjing said, thank you, big brother Lin Yi. Han Xiaoqiao said shyly. Okay, hurry up and eat. Lin Yi said. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaoqiao buried their heads to eat, but Han Jingjing ate 2 mouthfuls and wondered, today's food doesn't seem to be cooked by big brother Lin Yi. It's not the same as yesterday's, but it's still delicious. You can tell. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Han Jingjing to be so powerful. She could immediately tell that today's food wasn't made by him. Han Jingjing nodded. It feels like the heat is different. Today's food was made by my housekeeper, Grandma Sun, but Grandma Sun's cooking is also very good. Lin Yi said. Han Jingjing didn't say anything and lowered her head to eat. Han Jingjing's appetite wasn't big, so she was full soon. Han Xiaoqiao could eat a lot and ate 3 bowls of rice. However, after eating, Han Xiaoqiao took the textbook upstairs and didn't care about Lin Yi and Han Jingjing. Han Jingjing was about to clean up the dishes, but she was stopped by Lin Yi. Han Jingjing, wait a minute. Don't clean up yet. Wait until I finish talking to you. All right, Lin Yi bro. Han Jingjing nodded and stopped in her tracks. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, and Han Jingjing followed. Han Jingjing, haven't you always wanted to learn alchemy? I have a copy of the information here, but after I give it to you, don't tell anyone, especially not to you Panhu. Lin Yi said that although Boss Bai said that this thing was a street stall, Lin Yi didn't want to show it to others. And then, Han Jingjing nodded quickly with a happy face. Don't worry, big brother Lin Yi. Jingjing will never show it to others. I won't show it even if I die. It's like protecting my body from other men. Ugh, that's a bit too much. Lin Yi was stunned. Protecting my body from other men? Then am I considered something else? Lin Yi shook his head. What's going on with this Han Jingjing? Seducing me again and again? To say that she's stupid, it doesn't seem that she's too stupid. It's just that her thinking logic is not the same as normal people. But to say that she's not stupid, why is she like a child? To be continued. You star. Chapter 2021. Han Jingjing's stupidity was completely different from Yushu's stupidity. It's not serious. Jing Jing will treasure it. Han Jingjing nodded. All right, up to you. This is an auxiliary mental cultivation method for alchemists. And this is the mental cultivation method for alchemists to condense Dan fire. You could try to cultivate these two. First, cultivate the auxiliary mental cultivation method. Then try to condense Dan fire. Lin E gave the information boss by gave him to Han Jingjing. Scan it and put in your tablet. It's too eye-catching. I got this from someone else. Before Han Jingjing achieved anything, Lin E didn't want people to know too much. All right, Jing Jing will scan it in a bit. Han Jingjing nodded. All right, Han Jingjing, study it yourself. I'll go back first, Lin E said. Lin E bro, just call me Jing Jing from now on. That's my nickname. Everyone at home calls me that. Han Jingjing said, calling me Han Jingjing sounds too distant. All right, I'll call you Jing Jing then. Lin E didn't reject it and left with a nod. When he got home, the Miss and Shu hadn't rested yet. Lin E didn't actually waste much time. He just ate with Han Jingjing and Xiao Qiao and gave the thing's boss by gave him a Han Jingjing, giving her some instructions. Lin E, how is it? Does Han Jingjing know how to concoct pills? Meng Yao saw Lin E come back and quickly asked. In her heart, she was even more worried than Lin E. Tang Yin was already gone, and even if she didn't want to, Xiao Xiao wouldn't be able to come back. It's not that fast. Lin E smiled bitterly. Concocting pills isn't that easy. You'll have to wait for a while to see. I see, I was too impatient. Meng Yao smiled embarrassedly and looked at Shu. Yao Yao, why are you looking at me like that? Yushu didn't know what was going on. Is there something on my face? Meng Yao couldn't take it anymore. Didn't you have something to say to your shield, bro? Me? Something? Yushu blinked. No. Why not? Have you forgotten? Ahem. Meng Yao's eyes widened. No. Sister Yao Yao. What are you talking about? Yushu looked at Meng Yao, confused. That's it, Meng Yao said as she reached her hand into Yushu's clothes and pulled. Yao Yao. Yushu shrieked before coming to a sudden realization. Yao Yao was talking about underwear. All right, shield bro. Where are mine, sister Yao Yao's underwear? Meng Yao didn't know what to say. She was too embarrassed to ask. If you keep asking, I might as well ask myself. What the hell is going on? Underwear, I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. Lin E just remembered that he put the underwear in the trunk of the car, but Han Jingjing and Han Xiao Qiao were in the car, and then Su Shirhan came. Lin E was too embarrassed to take the underwear out in front of Shirhan, so he forgot about it after a long time. He patted his head and said apologetically, I'll get it for you now. With that, Lin E turned around and left the villa. He went to the car to get the underwear box and put it on the coffee table in the living room. Shield bro, when you helped us pack the underwear, did you see anything special? Did you see anything special? Yushu asked. Meng Yao almost had the urge to strangle Yushu. Lin E put the underwear box on a coffee table and didn't say anything. He was about to go back to his room when you reminded him. Thing. Lin E paused. He turned around and opened the underwear box in front of Meng Yao and Yushu. He took out the electric stick and asked, Are you talking about this? Ugh. Yeah. Yushu realized that she'd done something stupid as well. She could only admit it when she saw Meng Yao's murderous glare. I'm the one who bought it. It has nothing to do with Yao Yao. Meng Yao rolled her eyes at Yushu's words. Were you trying to hide something from her with those words? Nothing to do with Yao Yao. It has nothing to do with me in the first place, okay? But you're saying it like you're taking the blame for me? You bought it in the first place, Meng Yao said angrily. I didn't say it was Yao Yao who bought it. I said I bought it myself. Yushu said innocently. Why will you? Meng Yao's eyes were wide open as her chest heaved up and down. She snatched the electric stick from Lin Yi's hands. I really should have thrown it away back then. But Yao Yao, you said that it's not good to just throw it around. Yushu said weakly. And if I get a boyfriend in the future, I can prepare for it. Prepare my ass. Mingyao's face was red. She wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. She threw the stick on the coffee table and said to Lin Yi, "It's for you." For me? Lin Yi pointed at himself, stunned. What would he need this thing for? But looking at the embarrassed face, Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he picked it up. All right, I'll take it then. I heard that Zhang Naipeo practices some chrysanthemum arts or something. I'll give it to him later. Lin Yi had a rough idea of what was going on. Yushu must have bought this thing, and Meng Yao was innocent in all of this. It was just that Meng Yao was afraid of being misunderstood. So Lin Yi took the stick and successfully shifted the blame onto Zhang Naipeo. Huffed. Get to Zhang Naipeo? Yushu blinked and burst out laughing. That chrysanthemum art of his, that's not what it means, is it? That's an ancient practitioner's art. The chrysanthemum doesn't mean that in the ancient times, right? Shu, can't you calm down? What do you mean by this or that? Why are your thoughts so complicated? Meng Yao was already embarrassed enough, and Shu was still going on and on. How do you know that I'm complicated, Yao Yao? Then Yao Yao's thoughts are complicated as well. Yushu said, what's there to be complicated about? Lin Yi giving it to Zhang Naipeo means that he's mocking Zhang Naipeo for being useless, and giving it to Naipeo to give to his girlfriend that's looking down on him. Do you understand? Your thoughts are too evil. Meng Yao explained. What the fuck, Yao Yao? Your thoughts really are complicated. I can't even think of such a deep meaning. Yushu said, surprised. Chapter 2022. You? Meng Yao paused, realizing that her explanation was getting more and more complicated in the heat of the moment. Isn't this just an electric stick? Lin Yi looked at the two innocently. I actually wanted Zhang Naipeo to use it when we got home, but it's the right thing to do for his girlfriend. All right, I'm going back to practicing. You two rest early. Meng Yao and Yushu looked at Lin Yi's back, speechless. Did Lin Yi really not know? It seemed like he didn't want the atmosphere to get any more awkward. In actuality, Lin Yi didn't even think that the Miss and Shu would use something so overbearing. Yushu probably bought it out of curiosity or to frame someone else. But no matter what, Meng Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned back to Yushu. You did a good job. Did I do a good job? Yushu blinked her eyes. Of course, you did a good job. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Meng Yao glared at her. Lin Yi went back to his room and threw the electric stick on the shelf. He then started practicing with the refinement fire practitioner's arts that Boss Bai gave him. When Lin Yi gave the information to Han Jingjing, he had already memorized the incantation for condensing the refinement fire. So she could practice according to the incantation now. But half an hour later, Lin Yi gave up decisively. Before, according to the refinement fire practitioner's arts that Zhang Liju gave to Lin Yi could still condense a refinement fire. But according to Boss Bai's arts, Lin Yi couldn't even condense a spark, let alone a refinement fire. There was no trend at all, and this made Lin Yi speechless. Was his talent that bad? It was so bad that it made one's hair stand on end. Or was it that this practitioner's arts didn't suit him? Right? It had to be. Lin Yi comforted himself. He put aside the matter of condensing the alchemic fire. Lin Yi could only pin his hopes on Han Jingjing. He hoped that this little girl could bring him some unexpected surprises. All Lin Yi could do now was to cultivate the second level of the art of dragon mastery and increase his strength as soon as possible. Sometimes, having absolute strength was also a trump card. Time always slipped away unknowingly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was another weekend. In the past few days, other than going to school with Miss Shu, Han Jingjing, and Han Xiao, Lin Yi didn't do anything special. It was a peaceful and leisurely university life. Han Jingjing was still studying her tablet every day, but she was no longer writing or drawing. Instead, she would look at it for a while and then close her eyes to meditate for a while. But Lin Yi knew that she wasn't deep in thought, but she was cultivating a supporting mental cultivation method. What surprised Lin Yi was, beside Han Jingjing, There was actually a faint fluctuation of heaven and earth aura. She had stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was the sign of becoming a cultivator. There were many people who were stuck at the entrance of a book, but Han Jingjing had actually made some progress in just a few days' time. Although being able to cultivate a supporting mental cultivation method, it didn't mean that she could successfully condense the alchemic fire. Even if she successfully condensed the alchemic fire, she might be like Lin Yi, unable to control the intensity and temperature of the fire. Therefore, Han Jingjing could only be considered a beginner among beginners. Moreover, the supporting mental cultivation method of alchemists was the simplest cultivation method. It was simpler than any other mental cultivation method, and it was only used to assist in condensing the alchemic fire. But even so, Han Jingjing could master the supporting mental cultivation method in such a short time, which was really a genius among geniuses. However, the fluctuation of the heaven and earth aura was extremely weak, so only Lin could feel it if he was very close, but Boss Bike couldn't feel it on the podium. This was the beginning of cultivating the true Tao. This situation surprised and delighted Lin Yi. Could it be that Han Jingjing was really a genius? Early in the morning, Lin Yi drove Meng Yao and Yushu to school in his Jeep Cherokee. Today was the weekend, so there was no class, so Lin Yi didn't bring Han Jingjing. Today's main activity was to go to the Tiger Park. He parked the car in the parking lot, and Lin Yi quietly waited for the others. Not long after, by Wei Tuo, Zhao Shengji, Song Xiaodao, Zhang Duopan, and Fan Ganhe walked over from the direction of the male dorm. Bro Lin, so early? Sorry to keep you waiting. Bai Weituo greeted Lin Yi. We just arrived too. Lin Yi said, where are he Mei Wei and the others? They're in the dorm room. They'll be out soon. Bai Weituo said as he looked carefully at Lin Yi's car. As expected, he saw Meng Yao and Yushu in the car. He was smart enough not to mention Wang Xinyan again. You guys can take Lin Yi's car later. Mei Wei and the others could take mine. Zhang Duopan said, you three men squeezing the back of my car is a bit cramped. Lin Yi's car is a 7-seater. It's no problem. Lin Yi's car has some water in the back seat, so it can't fit 3 people. Mei Wei and I will take a taxi later, and Xinyan and Xiaoling can take Lin Yi's car. Zhao Xingji and Song Xiaodao can take your car. Bai Weituo said, what? You and Mei Wei will take a taxi? We have a car here. Why would we take a taxi? Zhang Duopan immediately objected after hearing Bai Weituo's words. Besides, you guys should be the ones taking the taxi. How can you let the girls take it? Haha, there's no need to take a taxi. Xinyan has her own car. You 3 can take Zhang Duopan's car later. Xinyan and the others can drive themselves. Lin Yi said as he looked at the red sports car not far away. Drive themselves? Zhang Duopan paused as he looked at Lin Yi, confused. What car do they drive? Where do they have a car? At this time, Xinyan, Xiaoling, and Mei Wei came as well. They heard the conversation between Lin Yi and Zhang Duopan. Xinyan didn't want to drive herself. She wasn't someone who liked to show off, but since Lin Yi said so, she had no choice but to take out her keys and press the remote. Not far away, the red Porsche's headlights flashed twice. Zhang Duopan's eyes widened as if he had seen a monster. Fan Ganhe, on the other hand, was in disbelief. Xinyan had a car, and it was a Porsche too? How rich did her family have to be able to afford a sports car? Zhang Duopan could afford one, but Zhang Fengfeng didn't spoil him when he was in high school. It was only when he had an excuse to hit on girls that he had some money. Chapter 2023. So Zhang Duopan was wondering if he should get a new car? If it was a more powerful BMW X5M or X6, or even a Porsche Cayenne, it would be able to show off his rich young master's class. But today, he saw Xinyan driving a Porsche sports car, and so he was shocked. Xinyan, is this your car? Even Mei Wei and Chai Xiaoling were shocked as they looked at Xinyan in disbelief. It's mine. It's just that I don't drive it that often. Xinyan smiled bitterly. Well done, Xinyan. It seems like only Lin Yi knows the truth, The rest of us are in the dark. Himei teased. It's obvious who's close and who's distant. I just don't want to show off, and Lin, he already knows that I have a car. Xinyan blushed as she explained. All right, you guys are old friends, okay? Ling, and I will be riding in your car later, a Porsche sports car. I've never ridden in a sports car before. Himei said excitedly. Seeing that Xinyan really had a car, Zhang Duopan didn't say anything else. Himei had already said that she wanted a sports car. He couldn't just make one out of thin air. Could he? Since Xinyan has a car, then let's go, shall we? Let's go early, or else it'll be hard to drive with too many cars. Zhang Duopan laughed. The group of 3 cars, under the lead of Zhang Duopan's Land Rover Aurora, headed towards the Tiger Park. The Tiger Park's full name was the African Lion and Tiger Park. It was one of the largest and most famous tourist attractions near the East China Sea, also known as the Natural Forest Zoo. It covered a large area, about 200,000 square meters. With the primeval forest near the East China Sea as the foundation, there were many man-made landscapes and buildings, forming a unique natural attraction that was a combination of modern and primitive elements. Naturally, it attracted many tourists from all over the country. Currently, in the Lion and Tiger Park, there were African tigers, African lions, Siberian tigers, and many other ferocious beasts. Visitors could take special sightseeing vehicles, cable cars, and helicopters to see these beasts up close. They could also feed them themselves and experience the interaction and communication between humans and ferocious beasts. After parking the car at the entrance of the Tiger Park, Zhang Duopan took out the tickets that he had bought in advance. The ticket price was naturally not cheap. It cost 200 yuan, but it was a piece of cake for Zhang Duopan. This place is so big and grand, Meng Yao said as she looked at the lion and tiger garden. Jiang Wen said that he wanted to open a zoo like this in Songshan. I wonder if there's any news about it. Yeah, he still owes me a lion. I haven't seen this guy in a long time. He's not paying up, Yushu said unhappily. Lin Yi's already extorted so much money from him. A lion wouldn't make much of a difference, right? Meng Yao was speechless. Shu still remembered the lion's money. You're right. Yushu nodded. Meng Yao and Yushu were shocked by the aura of the lion and tiger garden, and so were the others. Everyone was used to living in the city. Suddenly coming to this tiger park that was built on the basis of a primeval forest with an incomparably strong aura of nature naturally made them extremely excited. However, Lin, he did not show any special expression. Lin, he had gotten used to this kind of environment many years ago and was not surprised at all. This time, he had only found some familiar feelings from before. That period of time was really nostalgic and fascinating. It had been so long since he had returned to the city. The city life that he had yearned for was not as comfortable and peaceful as he had imagined. It was as if Lin, he had stepped into another journey from one journey. Only after coming into contact with some people and things did Lin, he realize that there is always someone better out there. These hidden families, ancient families, and ancient sects were all unreachable existences for ordinary people. They would never have any interaction with them. But now, all of them were somehow connected to Lin Yi. Thinking back to the days that he had thought were dangerous, they didn't seem so dangerous anymore. After entering the Lion and Tiger Park, Zhang Duopan did not rush to line up with the other tourists to take the sightseeing bus or the cable car. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Su. I'm Zhang Duopan, yes. Zhang Fengfeng's son. Yeah, I'm at the Tiger Park with my classmates. We're at the entrance. Zhang Duopan said. All right, I'll wait for your people. While Zhang Duopan was talking on the phone, the others looked at him in confusion. They didn't know who he was looking for. But Lin, he had a rough guess. This Lion and Tiger Park was probably opened by a friend of Zhang Duopan's father, and he'd come here to make this call to get some help, as well as show off his connections to Himei. Lin, he didn't care about this kind of child's play, and the person this guy was talking to wasn't him, but Himei. So Lin, he just stood there and didn't say anything. Fan Ganha, on the other hand, waited for Zhang Duopan to hang up and asked, Brother Zhang, who are you calling? One of the sponsors of the Tiger Park, is my father's friend. Zhang Duopan pretended not to care and smiled. These sightseeing buses aren't very good. They're all modified from ordinary vans. It's not very comfortable to sit in, so I asked my dad to find a friend to arrange a good car. Brother Zhang, you're so awesome, Fan Ganha exclaimed. It seems like your family has a lot of connections. You even have friends in East Ocean City. That's right, isn't there, Maywe? There are VIPs here, so we have to at least have a good car. It's not like we don't have this condition. Zhang Duopan nodded and smiled. In fact, it's really awesome not to drive into the Tiger Park. Bai Weidawa was so angry that he couldn't help but mock them. In fact, with Boss Bai's connections, it was easy to arrange something like this. Even if Boss Bai couldn't make elixirs now, he could just sell a recipe and guide some alchemists to make elixirs, which would bring him a lot of money. However, after Boss Bai was injured, he didn't do this. He had been very low-key and hid in the university as a lecturer. This was also what Bai Weidawa felt the most aggrieved about. He obviously had the ability, but he didn't make more money. He and his brother were despised for flirting with girls. That's right. I don't know if young Master Zhang has this courage. Chai Shaoling immediately echoed after listening. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.